Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here Thursday, February 12th already, almost halfway through February. It's a short month, though. Joining me in studio, Senior Market Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And Jimmy Cagnina on the big screen, taking up all the real estate. He's a real screen hog. Look at him. He's the man. Singer.
I can't help but tell you, good morning, Naples.
He can't help it. He's also known as a senior market strategist here at NinjaTrader Live. Quick look at the markets. S&P back up again, back and forth we go. Again, I wrote in my note this morning, until the NASDAQ starts to show us leadership, the S&P is stuck in a range. I mean, it's just what it is. I mean, the NASDAQ keeps failing at key areas. We've talked about it. The 25,450 to 480 has been my area, and it's been proving that area is resistance. Russell continues to stay right up near 2,700, staying relatively bid. Dow holding above 50,000. This morning, crude oil off a little bit, but again, that is the quiet story. If you like markets that are trending with technicals and fundamentals, we talk about it every day here. My favorite market so far this year. Metals this morning, a little bit soft, but not bad. We'll see how the day ends up. Gold still holding above 5,000 to 5,075. You've got platinum just below 2,100 this morning at 2,094. Silver sitting at 82. And then you've got the bond market up again. That's interesting. We're going to bring that up to the panel this morning. The bond market sold off after getting bid up off of some data, and now it's getting bid up again. And you wonder, what's going on there? And that's a story that I think will continue to be unraveling here, and we'll see how it impacts equity markets. And then again, dollar this morning, pretty flat, relatively strong against the yen. Aside from that, nothing stands out. Bitcoin sits just right around 68,000. We'll get into all of that, but first, Shai, the news.
All right. So we have U.S. and Japan are closing in on the first of three projects to be funded by Tokyo's $550 billion investment vehicle as part of the bilateral trade deal. The three projects are a data center infrastructure, shocking, which is a project led by SoftBank, a deep-sea oil terminal in the Gulf of Mexico, and synthetic diamonds for semiconductors. So discussions between Lutnick and the Japanese trade minister will determine whether the two sides are able to reach a final pact. Stop
I
it.
like throwing her off.
Next, we have Founders Fund and D.E. Shaw are among the top backers in the Anthropic deal. So Anthropic is nearing the completion of a deal to raise more than $20 billion in funding, in a funding round co-led by investors including Peter Thiel, D.E. Shaw, and Dragoneer Investment Group. I haven't heard of D.E. Shaw in a while. The deal is set to value Anthropic at about $350 billion with a B, nearly doubling its prior value, and could be announced as early as this week. So still more funding in the AI world. On the Japan front, again, we have the BOJ could raise rates as early as March and deliver up to 3 rate hikes this year, giving persistent inflation and yen weakness, says Mizuho's market chief. So that something you want to keep an eye on. While everybody's lowering rates, they're raising rates. We'll see what that does, what kind of storm that creates in the bond market. So something to keep an eye on, certainly in March, starting in March. We keep talking about kind of this rotation a little bit. So we have the S&P equal weight index is outperforming the S&P 500 this year by the largest margin since 1992, says Dow Jones. That's a pretty big deal. Then we have, and actually Craig posted something about this yesterday, but we have AI insiders are sounding the alarm. So we had an open AI researcher left this week citing ethical concerns, and he's going to go be a poet. And another open AI employee wrote, I finally feel the existential threat that AI is imposing. Jason Calacanis, he does the All In podcast with the Chamath and wrote on X, I've never...
Is it Chamath or Chamath?
Chamath.
Chamath.
Oh. Hey, I get all the names wrong. I'm just checking.
I've never seen so many technologists state their concerns so strongly and frequently with concern as they have with AI. And then, of course, yesterday the biggest talk was entrepreneur Matt Schumer had a post saying this is comparing the moment to like the eve of the pandemic. It went like mega viral, had 56 million views in 36 hours. He laid out the risks of AI fundamentally reshaping our jobs and lives. In reality, most of the people at these companies remain bullish, and they'll be able to steer technology smartly without societal damage or big job loss. But these companies have admitted some risk. Anthropic published a report saying that while low risk, AI could be used in heinous crimes, including the creation of chemical weapons. It's in this so-called sabotage report that they wrote. So I haven't had a chance to read the entire report yet to see what else is in that. And at the same time, what's also interesting is OpenAI dismantled its mission alignment team this week, which was created to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. And so for some reason
It's for humanity.
So, well, I think it was kind of their watchdog arm over, let's not get this out of control, but that has been dismantled. And then we have the nation's SKU Dex, which measures the premium out of the money SPY puts over at the money options, has climbed to about 65 from near 60 in mid-January, marking a roughly 8% increase in SKU pricing. They track the cost of deep out of money crash protection. So it looks like people are paying up to cover for some sort of downside in stocks right now. And last but not least, in the K-shaped economy, we had Popeyes, which is fast food, did poorly. They reported they did poorly, but we had Hermès sales grew on robust demand for its Birkin bags, which is their most expensive bag, with gains across all markets. So K-shaped economy continues.
Yeah, Greg constantly talking about that.
Birkin bags are store of value.
For sure. I mean, who didn't know that? A lot to take in from that news. First off, Shai, you said it was the Russell versus the S&P spread is the strongest. It's the most. It was
the equal weight index is outperforming the S&P 500 this year by the largest margin since 1992.
Yeah. Again, I think when I come in this morning, the bond market is the market I wanted to talk with all of you about. And you talked about, rate changes and what's going to happen. And what you talking about was Japan.
The BOJ, yeah.
BOJ, yeah. And you just wonder what's going on with our rate market right now, because you got a super strong, according to you guys, right? It was a super strong number yesterday, right? Relatively. I know Craig might poke some holes in it, but let's just call it for what it is. It was a good number, okay? Bond market sells off, comes right back up, right? And I looked at that this morning and I'm like, interesting. Like they couldn't even keep that thing on the lows for a little bit.
I think it's hard for the bond market to believe an inflation story. I think the bond market is increasingly believing this AI is going to be a deflation story and it's going to be a job displacement story. And so even though we had a reasonably strong payroll number, I did poke some holes with it on my X feed yesterday. I think many people did too, but it was definitely better than expected. People don't believe it. People don't see job acceleration coming. They feel, they see the other data that has been weak. They hear about the layoffs. They see the stories about white collar work displacement from AI. And so nobody believes it. Nobody believes that we're going to have a labor reacceleration story. We had a 900,000 close to, payroll negative adjustment for 2025. So everyone knows this number that came out yesterday is going to be massively revised lower. So no one believes it. And I think that's the story that the bond market is sniffing out. Plus, you had JGBs traded very strong last night because they were closed the night before. So I think there was some follow-on, from that. And so I think that's what the bond market is likely sniffing out.
It's not only that they're not believing it; they're putting their money where their mouth is. I mean, that's the bottom line. Because whether they believe it or not is one thing, but when you start buying the bond market right back up, that's a pretty strong belief.
and just on a note on the jobs report, if you look into the actual report, out of the 130,000 jobs that were created, 124,000 of them were social services and healthcare, right? So it's social services, it's kind of a subset of healthcare. So it's all loaded into one industry. That's not really a sign of broad economic growth.
No, but it does help the small caps because the small caps are so heavily in the healthcare. And, again, I mean, look, the tape is what it is. I think it's not the cleanest look right now. I mean, it's not the easiest to kind of digest what's going on here. I think even for index traders that don't even look at news, don't even look at macro, they're going, like, what the hell's going on here in the S&P?
Yeah, I mean, but under the hood, biggest underperformer yesterday and really year to date has been companies that are going to be competed away by AI. Yesterday, that factor was down over 6%. It's down 19% from the highs, the first week of January. So companies that are exposed to AI, basically companies with super strong profit margins that are at threat of being competed away by AI are getting destroyed, whether it's the software companies. There's been some financial services companies over the course of the last couple of days. There's the commercial real estate brokers yesterday, wealth managers earlier in the week. Anything where there's a story that AI is coming after profit margins, the sectors are getting annihilated. And that's because it's massively deflationary, right? These companies are coming in and announcing services basically for free to compete against companies that are making, very strong profit margins. And so, yes, AI is going to benefit companies that can reduce costs. But when the top line is going to get eviscerated by pricing and competition that's basically zero, it's a big concern. And so I think what you're seeing is violent rotation under the hood. And as we talked about, the S&P is violently unchanged, but the dispersion has been quite epic. And so what you're getting, and what you got yesterday, Micron was up 10%, hardware stocks are ripping, energy is ripping. Things that are going to the specific build out of AI are really outperforming. Anything that is threatened by AI is getting crushed. That dispersion trade is being pressed massively. I don't exactly know when it's going to stop, but that's been the big trade. And then that's the under the hood trade, and the aggregation of that is an S&P that's largely unchanged, a Nasdaq that's underperforming but not getting hit too hard. Sure, the Russell is benefiting to some degree, but that's really the story there. It's been a sector and factor unwind story under the hood, and you're not really seeing it in futures traders who are focused on minis are not really seeing that.
No, and it's one of those things where you're going to go back and forth until everyone just kind of throws in the towel, until everyone's frustrated on both sides, and I think we're close to that. And eventually it's just going to go, and it's going to be a weird move that takes us there. And it could be a headline. It could not be. It could be a slow move outside of the range. We don't know how we get outside of it. But until then, again, day traders, we try to shed light on what's happening in the market environment. It's just not a clean picture for equities. And when you have divergence, it's difficult when you're looking at just the NASDAQ or the S&P or the Russell. And you're kind of like, why is this thing just staying so range bound? And now you're understanding the underlying stories behind it. I want to get to Jimmy, but before I do, I want to give a shout out back to Dallas Bates. That was very nice of you. He said, I would like to express my gratitude to all the behind the scenes people who never get credit for the show, and to all the NT Live viewer facing crew and all the traders there. It's a well-rounded show, and I love it here. Everyone is real, methodical, and patient. The humor and teaching skills from all superb. Production, when we get chat or when we get swag, is the first guy that gets it. So we need to get, that's really very, very nice of you. I really appreciate it. And we appreciate all of you here in chat. We look forward to that. We talk about it every morning when we're coming in here. The chat and you guys communicating with us is the highlights of our morning. So we're really appreciative of that. Jimmy, I want to get to you. I mean, let's go over the tape, and I got to pick your brain. I know you're long bonds, and I know that he's gonna talk everybody because he's long bonds. He's really gonna sweeten it up as to tell you why he is. But I'm just saying. All right. So S&P up $15 this morning, 69.76. Here we are again. I feel like I've called this out so many times. Nasdaq 25,336. Again, I will say this over and over again. That area, that opening price for the year, and you got the VWAP for the year, all right up around there. They're not mystery technicals. They're just showing us where we are from the start of the year, and you'd like to see if a year can build one way or the other. We're just, again, road to nowhere. and the NASDAQ right now. It really needs to start making a move. It needs to be the market leader. It is the market leader, and the tape is feeling that. And then you've got Russell 2690, just below 2,700. Again, as I said, it's still holding on very well for the year. Dow is 50,283, up about 75. Crudele off 14 ticks this morning to 64.46. And you've got natural gas up 109 ticks to 326, and then heating oils off 20 to 241.99. Gold pretty much flat. It's down 10. That is flat these days, and gold is at 50.88. You've got copper off with 2.5 ticks. It's at 5.96. You've got silver off $1.61 to 82.31. Platinum's off 44 to 21.01. I still been keeping an eye on platinum. So, I can't remember who was that shy that told us that platinum was the one that could be leading us back up. We have so many great guests in here.
So it was Alex.
Alex, yep. And then we got bond market again. Long end is bid 116.16, up 13 ticks. Short. I mean, look at ZN 10-year 112.13 half, up 4.5 ticks. 10-year yield this morning 4.164, chipping away at a lower 10-year yield. And it doesn't look like it's going to stop. Jimmy's going to tell you that because he's long. But like I said, take it with a grain of salt. And then everything against the dollar. Yen is off 0.5%, which is of note. The only thing I see out there that's really everything else is kind of flat. And then again, Bitcoin sits right at 68,000. Jimmy.
Did I mention I was long bonds? I can't remember. So, here's the thing. I mean, right now we're trading in a 116 handle, right? Cash yield is a little bit less than 4.8%. It's 4.79% as of this morning. The yield curve hasn't really changed month over month. And sometimes in a market, the bottom is the bottom, right? And I'm feeling that right now when you get into that 113 handle. So that's kind of point number one. Point number two, we're only barely into that consolidation range that we saw all of November. And, so it's not that much of a lift, but it's enough to raise eyebrows right now. So we're kind of, as long as we're above that 116 handle in my mind, I think I'm going to maintain that bullish composure right now. I have a anchored VWAP, and I'll talk about this in the Edge report, from the lower consolidation area that started basically in December. And that's kind of my line in the sand on the downside now. And that's approximately 115.11 30 seconds. So it looks spectacular. It's not really that spectacular yet. I mean, if we break out of those that old consolidation range from November and start trading a 118 handle, then there's been a paradigm shift. Something big has changed. But right now, it just seems like, all right, we're a little bit less worried here. Let's kind of move back into that older consolidation range.
But my question for you, Jimmy, is if the bond market keeps going up, what do equities do? What do you think happens?
Well, I mean, the conventional wisdom is, equities are going to take a hit, right? There's supposedly an inverse correlation, but that's not always the case. And that correlation isn't 100%, right? It could be 30%, it could 0.3%, it could be 0.6%, somewhere in there. So you got to look at it as a gauge of things to come. And Anthony, I always thought that the bonds were always ahead of everybody else. I always thought that the bonds saw things first and kind of ahead of its time. So if that's your thought, if your thought is you're going to have some negative correlation here, then even the S&P can't get over 7,000, right? It's been trying day after day after day. Maybe today's the day, I don't know, but that's also given us a sign that maybe it's going to catch up. Maybe the stock index futures are going to start peeling down a little bit.
Yeah, but Craig, it's so hard to be short. It's just a torture chamber, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're sitting on positions like you and I, where you try to sit on them for more than a day, I mean, even to try to sit short S&P for half a day is tough because the thing just keeps bouncing. Even though if you're sitting short NASDAQ, you've had some success on some of these days. It's at least been rotational. And of course, Russell and Dow, if you're selling them, off of highs, it's been decent. But overall, let's face it, this tape is just not the easiest to be short or long. I mean, what's it gonna take to get us out of here?
Yeah, I mean, the action's been under the hood, right? So if you've been focused in single name equities or in ETFs or sector ETFs, there's been a lot of movement, year to date in both directions. So But if you've been stuck in or do trade futures exclusively, you're kind of tied to this zero data expiry stuff, the selling vol, the time of the month, right? We're closer now to expiry, which is next week. So it's very hard to break the tape. Obviously we were on the precipice, it seemed yesterday with the labor data. And so I think if we would have got a very weak number, things could have shaken up a little bit, because I think there is a concern that if the labor market does roll over, it's not going to come back, right? And that rate cuts are really not going to be enough. It's going to be seen as structural. It's going to be seen as AI related. And so we could have a hit to passive, which would start to exacerbate more selling. But with that kind of payroll number yesterday, the bond volatility, which had been picking up, went back down again. And so you kind of lose that impetus for stocks to really move. And so I feel like we're just kind of still stuck. Range-bound stocks are, based on corporate profit expectations. Many companies are seeing the benefit from the AI CapEx boom, which we talked about, and many companies are going to start, really getting annihilated because profits are going to get hit. And so the kind of aggregate of that is a market that's not really seeing an explosion of earnings expectations, and you're not getting a lot of materially more inflows, and so you're kind of stuck for now until the macro really starts to show, are we really reaccelerating in the labor market, or have things really deteriorated? It looked like things were deteriorating. Yesterday kind of threw that into a little bit of a curveball. CPI tomorrow, I don't really expect much. If it comes in, no one's really expecting a hot print. If they came in very significantly hot, people then would have to start to say, oh, wait a minute, all this commodity-related inflation we're seeing, maybe there's a problem here. Not that the Fed's going to raise rates, but the idea that they're going to be cutting right when Warsh gets in June probably gets thrown out the window too. So that could be something to watch for tomorrow.
That would be two strikes against the bulls in the bond market, right? I mean, that for any sort of cut in the near term, if that number comes out hot. Now, if that number doesn't, who knows what that means? I mean, bond market right now is searching for reasons to go higher. Shai, I want to go back to you. I mean, did you come in this morning when you looked at the tape? I mean, the only surprise I really saw, I wouldn't even say it's a surprise, but I think it was a little bit like, that's kind of interesting, was the bond market higher? I mean, did you feel the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's still some fear out there on Japan, especially because that was a lot of the headline news today on how they might raise rates. People are worried that's going to cause some sort of contagion in the bond market. And so that could be part of the issue. You still have geopolitical issues. You still have Trump's talking about maybe not doing, renewing USMC. So you still have that risk. You have Congress just passed, the House of Representatives just passed legislation or a proposal of a bill to stop tariffs on Canada. That's, Trump was tweeted about that yesterday. He was definitely not happy about that situation. That goes to the Senate. He'll likely veto the bill if it actually gets passed. But so there's a lot of uncertainty out there, too, as far as tariffs are concerned, geopolitical issues. We still have an airstrike carrier in Iran talking about sending another one there. And so I think, there are a lot of things for the bonds to be kind of perking up about.
Yeah, and oil is showing that, right? I mean, we've talked about that a lot when we talk a little bit about energy now. Crude oil this morning, 64.54, coming back to unchanged again. Look, what are the signs of a bull market, right? I mean, when the market, we had some news to take crude oil down, what was it, maybe a week or two ago? I kind of lose track of time here, and the market comes right back up, right? When the tape gets real quiet and it grinds in that direction, that to me is a sign of the trend. And you can see from the beginning of the year, crude oil has done that. Everything to try and bring crude back down, it's not talked about a ton, and it just rises higher. It doesn't give you the clean pullbacks to buy. I know, because I've tried to buy them.
I know, it does. I know. And, what's interesting is we did have the IEA report come out today, this week. We had the EIA-STEO. We had the OPEC yesterday. We had IEA today. And it was about the bearish of a report as you could possibly get, and
it's getting absorbed.
Didn't move.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody put in chat, and I think this is spot on at this. So it's 10-mile trader. I'm surprised more people haven't started voting sideways on the survey every morning. Seems like the easy money lately, right? When that does get to neutral, when it supersedes bullish or bearish, we break out, baby. That's the indicator right there.
You go.
Good observation, 10-mile trader.
Wanted to mention really quickly before we break to Jimmy, we do have at 8:30, we have an initial jobless claims and continuing claims coming up. There should be no surprises, but we'll cover that data. And then existing home sales, which is a non-market mover. So data's at 8:30. It's supposed to come in line. I don't really expect much from the move, but we'll see at 8:30.
Yeah, well, we didn't get the chance to close out with you today, Craig. We're out of time anyway. We're going to go to Jimmy's Edge report. But final thoughts coming into the day today.
No, I think claims will be interesting. We'll see what happens with the labor market, because the data was bad last week. So we'll see that. And then look, tomorrow CPI I think is important. I think it's an under observed. No one's talking about inflation. No one's been concerned about it. The president thinks it's been completely slayed. If we had an out of consensus move there, I think that we could shake things up a little bit.
Got it. All right, everybody. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's continue on with the talk about the 30-year Treasury bonds right now. Daily candle chart up on the screen. Old consolidation range, November. New consolidation range, December. That was sub 116. Now we're bumping back up into that old consolidation range, right? So it looks impressive, but we're only back to where we started in November, and not really that much has changed technically. The yield curve itself, if you look at the entire curve, month over month is pretty much almost exactly as it was. We have cash yields right now 4.79%. The 2 versus 10 spread right now is about 65 basis points, a little over 65 basis points, and it's been kind of constant there for a little bit of time. It's a normal looking yield curve, by the way. RSI is super strong here, and so we'll keep an eye on that. Now, I did a fib measurement, and this isn't a classic fib measurement. This is just really a measurement I did just to see where we're at. And I started at the high of the old consolidation range in November, and I brought the fib all the way down to the target wick at the bottom here. And we're way past that. That 50% is right close to that 116 handle. We're above the 61.8% right now. No wick at the top of today's candle, so looking pretty strong today. Intraday, we have some jacks levels here. Let me open this up a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. We are moving on the upside here. We just broke through that Jacks 1 level at 116.16. In bonds, the Jacks levels tend to be on those even numbers, right? The halfway points and then the even numbers. That 1-day Maxo is the next target up here. It's on my radar screen, 116.21. Then above that, we have previous sessions highs up here at 25. And then call resistance, again, even number at 117. Should we get a pullback back down? Well, I'm going to keep an eye on VWAP. We've been trading above that session VWAP, which is arcing up right now as we speak. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then that on the downside, 116 is put support at zero DTE put support. So there's some targets both on the up and downside. I'm going to focus on the upside today. Let's roll over to the NASI, or the Schnazzy, as Pax would call it, Schnazdeck. Daily chart. It's kind of interesting daily chart here. We're kind of, the bodies of the candle the last 4 days have been relatively small. We're right at a 50% outside fib. We're below that anchored VWAP I have from November. We're below the annual VWAP here. We're below that 61.8% retracement. RSI is subtly trying to move up, but, we're still miles away from those October highs that you see up here at 26,300. That's kind of a big picture. Intraday, I'm going to squeeze this into 2 days here if I can, everybody. It's a little bit of a different story than we saw yesterday overnight. Yesterday overnight, we kind of saw a gradual sell-off. Today overnight, we've seen this gradual climb, this gradual bid that we're getting here. And again, session VWAP is going to be really, really big for me. We'll see if we can stay above it or not. We tried to just wick down it a couple of minutes ago, didn't quite make it. So we have a capital P-shaped distribution. P as in Paul. The point of control right there, right now, as we speak, is around 25,350. Upside targets, we have that 0 DTE call resistance level and that 0 DTE gamma wall at 25,400. HVL, high vol level important, 25,420. Will we get past that or not? And then if we do, it could be off to the races. Jacks 2 is up here at 45.50, and then previous session's high is also a target on the upside. Alternatively, when the bell rings, the opposite could happen, of course, and we could break through that VWAP. 0 DTE put support is down here at 25,200, and the weekly open is pretty far down here, 25,153. So we're a little bit above that, but it's still on my radar screen. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Naples.
Thanks, Jimmy. Here we are with the panel getting ready for data. Shy, preview of the data.
Yep. So initial claims survey is 223,000. Continuing claims survey is 1.850 million. So we'll see, which is kind of in line with where it's been in those 220s to 230s.
Quick expectations, Craig. Is it going to be a market mover? If anything, bond market, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, last week was a big jump, so expecting a fallback this week. If it was another jump, I think people would notice.
So we'll find out.
Yeah.
Second here, so came in at 227,000. Again, survey was 223. Not a big deal. Continuing claims 1.862 million. Survey 1.850 million. So ticking up a little bit. The prior was 1.844 million. So ticking up a little bit on continuing claims and kind of steady on initial claims.
I mean, very little movement at all. Again, only thing that stands out to me is, bond market pulled back a couple of ticks, got bid right back. I mean, just nothing really. I mean, S&P, NASDAQ, nothing. Russell sits right back up on highs. Look at that Russell chart, just grinding higher. Jimmy, initial reactions, what'd you see out of the tape there?
Yeah, same as you. Not a lot of movement. Just a couple of ticks here and there on just about all the markets that I'm taking a peek at right now. The one thing I do want to point out, though, is this week, though, we've seen a rotation in terms of the futures, the equities, where Russell was the leader last week. Now Russell is not. It's the NASI that's a little bit higher from a percent point of view from Sunday till today.
Yeah, and look at the Russell's trying to play catch up again. I mean, that's just. Again, when you look at the indexes right now, I continue to say it. I mean, the Dow and the Russell, if you're looking to buy the dip for more of an extended move higher, they're the ones that are there. The NASDAQ and the S&P continue to run into a little bit of a wall. We're going to talk with Mark Newton about that. But Craig, thoughts on the news and final word before we go to Mark?
Yeah, the labor market is key, right? I mean, yesterday was a big data point that was running counter to what I think people were believing. Weekly claims will be important. ADP comes out with weekly jobs every week. So those will be data points that the market is focused on. If the labor market is fine, vol will stay compressed. Equities will keep grinding higher. If the labor market shows more signs of deterioration, I think that's the concern. So we'll keep keeping an eye on that.
100%. All right, Jimmy and Craig, thank you. All right, Shai, preview of our guest.
All right, we have Mark Newton. He's managing director and head of technical strategy at Fundstrat. He is a former managing member owner of Newton Advisors, LLC. He has over 25 years of buy and sell side experience. He is a CMT. He's a former member of CBOT and CBOE. And so looking forward to talking to him about not only fundamentals, but technicals as well.
Yeah, Mark's one of the best in the biz. I've spoken with him before in the past. Chat, you're going to really enjoy this. Quick preview of what we have the rest of the today and today's lineup as well. We are obviously going to Mark Newton immediately after this. We've got Tape Talk with Farm. We've got Trade the Open with Jack and Nick. We've got Midday Markets with Selma and Leo. And then Trade the Close with XYZ, Joey, and Selma. All right. A lot to talk about with Mark. Let's bring Mark in. Mark, good morning.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Good morning.
Good morning. Doing great. And got to talk to you about, I want to talk to you about two real major asset classes. We're going to talk about indexes, and I want to talk a little bit about crypto with you. But let's start with the indexes. Here we are, Mark. We were, month and a half into the year. S&P is barely above unchanged for the year. NASDAQ can't get out of its own way to rally while the Russell and the Dow are really the leaders this year. What are your thoughts on what's happening within the indexes?
Yeah, look, it's been a real broadening out, obviously, of market participation and breadth in recent months, and that's taken a lot of people by surprise. I mean, I think, everybody's used to technology being the focal point, and obviously technology has shown some real deterioration, not only in software, but also some of Mag 7. And just given the weightings, of course, in the S&P and the NASDAQ, it's going to cause the market to be a little sluggish. And so, what's interesting is that you're seeing equal-weighted S&P back at new highs. To your point, the Dow, the Russell, Dow Jones Transports, many of these have shown really good strength. But technology, of course, being 30% of the S&P, that's going to be the big, of course, the ongoing area that everybody's going to concentrate on to see whether, the software deterioration really leads back to other areas within tech, like semiconductors or digital storage, or many of these stocks that have just gotten sky high. So some real bifurcation within tech, and it's really important to note that the mean reversion and things like energy, materials, very real this year, and even consumer staples. You've seen a big defensive push in recent weeks, and I've been writing about that staples not only is outperforming tech by about 1,000 basis points, but also outperforming discretionary. And so, to some extent, that's a little bit of a concern from how I look at things. When sentiment starts to get a little bit more bullish, you start to see breadth taper off, and then you see a huge push into defensives. And so that's where we are. But yeah, something for bulls and bears alike. You have this huge dispersion where the overall equities are really, really volatile, but the indices are just not budging. And so that's causing a lot of these Hindenburg-Omen signals that you're seeing where, and we won't necessarily go into that, but there's just a lot to suggest that there's a little bit of a changing in the guard, and we've all certainly seen that in the last couple months.
So the question is, can it stay like this? I mean, for much longer? I mean, when you have Russell and Dow doing what they're doing, and we know that the S&P, as you just said, 30% of it is tech. The NASDAQ just is, I think it's negative on the year. If it's at least flat. I mean, I don't think it's much of anything. What takes us out of this range, or is this potentially what we have to look forward to for, who knows, the unforeseeable future?
Yeah, in my 2026 outlook, actually, I suggested that technology should be downgraded to a neutral for this year. I do suspect that this is the year that tech consolidates. It's more of the pause that refreshes. And so I don't expect a multi-year bear market. But after 2 straight years of plus 20% and last year's up 17, I do think that tech is overdue to sell off. And a lot of the cycles that I look at are actually negative for this year, showing that probably starts beginning of March, or even potentially the latter part of February, that markets are going to start to turn down. And so I think we'll turn down into the spring. I think we have a bounce into the summer, and I think we have a third quarter washout. And that should mark probably a pretty decent buying area for the next couple of years, if what I'm thinking is right. So certainly, a very choppy year. I don't think this is just something we can immediately think just, even if the S&P gets back to the highs, which I do suspect that we do, I'm actually pretty bullish for a move to like 7150 or so in the S&P over the next couple of weeks. But I just don't think that that's likely going to be the upside. So I'm thinking we probably have about 3% maximum gains. I don't look at economic data like you guys in terms of causing or determining price action. I think the trends are very much set in place for many of these things. And so you have to just watch what's happening with the sector rotation. That's the biggest tell for me, that if you're looking for longs, it's not right to look necessarily in technology, but you look at, areas like, transportation or parts of staples or telecom that is just absolutely ripping right now, parts of the electrical components. So I'm a big favor of industrials. I think that's still the number one sector, and you have to be positioned there. And the bigger picture, I think that it's a good sign to see the majority of the world hitting new highs. I think that Europe, Japan, a lot of emerging markets are really starting to accelerate and show good strength. I think that's a good sign. But that doesn't mean that we just go straight up year after year. And so I think that we really have to keep a close watch on things like the semiconductor space and see if there's ever, a sign that those start to turn down. Don't think it's right away, but I think that's going to be the next shoe to drop. All these areas of froth have been derailed. We see, crypto initially, that's led to the precious metals pulling back, and you see many parts of software. And so everybody's wondering, what's the next, how do we get out of this? And I don't look at, well, this is going to happen and this should lead us out of it. It's more just keeping track of the price action itself and letting that tell you.
And then I wanted to turn this to commodities just for a second here. So kind of given the recent volatility in precious metals and your cross-asset view, what are some of the kind of the key technical levels you're watching in the commodity complex? And is the energy sector showing any relative strength patterns that may suggest rotation into commodities could accelerate, especially if your kind of mid-year or spring drawdown in the equities plays out.
Yeah, that's a great point. Look, I think that many commodities bottomed in 2020, and many of them are due to bottom again this year and turn higher. And we've already seen parts of the grains. When you look at least the equities, the ag space has really been on fire and has shown very good signs of strength. I think that eventually is going to lead to, soybeans, wheat, corn all starting to turn higher this year. That hasn't really happened yet. They're not technically all that attractive to me outside of like soybean oil. I think crude is carving out a bottom. I think that it is, ending its 3-year bear market. So I'm pretty bullish on energy for the year. I think could be choppy and next few weeks. I don't sense it's going to be a straight shot higher from here, but really any pullback to the low 60s, I'd be a buyer in WTI and think that we're likely, depending on what you're looking at. I think in general, over the next few weeks, I sense that we will get a little bit of weakness and that some of this Iran tension will go away. And then I think it's going to be a time to look to buy dips in crude. With regards to the metals, I mean, they're getting very extended in their cycles, and many of these have been going up for already 3.5 years. So very late to the game for many. They're just noticing gold and silver and what's happening with some of the base metals. But I'm still long. I think that we have another, honestly, about 2 weeks of rally. I'm not really all that bullish as we get into March. Historically, it's been a very seasonally weak time for the metals. And so I'm expecting that the cycles are starting to turn back down and we go lower into the summer, and that will be your entry point. So if you're long here, I think you still make a little bit, potentially 10% on gold and silver over the next couple of weeks. But I would, be very quick to exit that trade. I don't think it's going to push back to new highs and everything's going to be back to normal. So yeah, look, commodities, they're all over the place. There's obviously things that are doing quite well. There's obviously others that are just not, haven't really bottomed yet, and I'm still looking for evidence of that. It's interesting because most of the inflation gauges have been going down. So to think that commodities have this big move up while most of the economic data suggests that inflation is cooling, doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense just yet. But I sense that will probably come back, and we will see a decent year, at least over the next probably 3 to 6 months in the commodity space, and I sense it'll probably cool again.
Interesting. And I know that you use like TD sequential and TD combo to kind of identify trends that on the verge of reversing. Are you seeing exhaustion signals now? Tech, obviously. But are there any counter trend setups in like any unloved sectors or commodities that are flashing buy signals after some extended weakness? So what do you kind of have your eye on that maybe people aren't talking about?
Yeah, look, I never really got any sort of buy signals from materials, interestingly enough. I mean, I look at everything in relative terms. I want to strip out all the largest components of most of these ETFs. Most people are wrong to look at, XLK for technology. You want to look at an eco-weighted gauge, and the same thing goes for materials and many of the others. And so energy, there were certainly signs that could bottom, and the correlation, I guess, is strong enough, and materials now have broken back out to new highs, not only on an eco-weighted, but also the cap-weighted happened some time ago. Healthcare has come back to life. And, the interesting the area to me, it's not commodity related, but financials have really been weakening substantially. And that's really fascinating because that's the third largest component in the S&P. That's been down for the year. Meanwhile, the S&P is 30 ticks from new all-time highs. So certainly a lot of other sectors have moved in to sort of buoy the indices. I don't focus, 100% of my time on commodities, but I just concentrate on energy and the metals. And so, there were certainly signs of some of the agricultural stocks starting to bottom and push higher. We look at stocks like Archer Daniels, of course, ADM, which is I think a big tell for eventually what could happen in the grains. It just really hasn't happened, sufficiently enough to make me real bullish just yet from a trend perspective.
Last question before we let you go. Crypto, what's going on there this year? I mean, Bitcoin not doing so hot, Ethereum getting clipped. What are your thoughts on Bitcoin and Ethereum?
Yeah, look, these certainly are in a 4-year cycle. I discussed that in my December 2026 outlook. I said that Bitcoin could go to 60,000 and Ethereum could go to 1750. I just didn't think it would happen in the first 2 months of the year. So we are at a stage now where if you're a short-term trader, those should be bottoming and can rally for about 2 weeks, but I would not trust that to extend too dramatically and would look to really sell into that. So I don't think that it's going to be right to buy and hold if you have say a 3 to 6 month time frame. If you have a 2 week time frame, I would be long here. Or if you have, let's say, a 3 year time frame, I think most of these are going to be much higher in the next couple of years. But this is a very similar cycle than what we've seen in years past. I mean, so they started to turn down, obviously, 2021 into 2022. Most of the 4-year cycles everybody says, well, they're not going to happen this time. Well, they're right back with us. We're down about 80%, and now we're down about 50. So we've seen 2 equal measures down in Bitcoin of about 36 to 38%, and now it should be time for a little bit of a bounce. But I don't know that I want to trust that to really, get too. I think we probably have about 10% or so on the upside, and then I really want to be using that to sell. Most of the cycle stuff that I look at they actually rally in crypto from here into early March, and then they start to go down really into late April, May, and that very well could be the lows for the year. They've already gotten so washed out. The sentiment obviously is abysmal in crypto right now, but it's going to be one of those times when you have to, simply look to hold your nose and buy in about 2 months. But if you're short term, I think there's opportunity now.
Mark, we got to end it there. I can't thank you enough for taking the time to speak with us. Love your work. And everybody in chat, go follow what Mark is doing. Check out his X channel. All of that will be on there in the chat. Mark, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, so I do write a daily piece and a video. So if people are interested on short-term price action, that might be of interest. But yeah, I don't post a lot on X, but you can go to fundstrat.com/Mark and see more if you want to try out to my work. So thanks for having me, guys.
We will put that in the chat.
Perfect.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you.
Take care. Yeah.
So interesting. Totally, I agree with him on the crypto side of things. Like this, I'm a little bit bullish in the short term. I think Bitcoin and Ethereum can get bounces. I mean, they've gotten demoralized for the most part. I think that you could see a little bit of a rotation here. And my thought on what he sees in equities is interesting because, again, it's not a clear path. I mean, I know that he has what the cycles are and what it's going to be, and what does that mean for equities the rest of this year? And it's interesting to see how financials are getting hurt, technology or tech is not doing well, but yet the rest of the market is doing well enough to keep the S&P at all-time highs.
Right. He's right. People are going into defensive. A lot of these, financials have really gotten hit after, AI came out and said that, they had a bot for that. A lot of these sectors that we've heard recent announcements on AI taking over their jobs have gotten hit in financials particularly. So, I like to see sector rotation.
For sure.
So, I think that's a healthy thing and not have everything so heavily weighted in, a handful of stocks.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I think the year sets up, I would agree with the way he thinks this year is going to set up. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens on a down move if the NASDAQ does start to finally pull back of any significance, what that does do to the S&P. Does that offset the strength that we're seeing? And how do the Russell and the Dow handle it?
Right.
I do agree that this is a year you want to buy the Russell and the Dow on any sort of significant pullback. I mean, obviously, if the NASDAQ way overshoots, that's going to be the buying opportunity. I would agree there. But I think if you're looking at the market that's going to trend this year, I think it's going to be a choppy year for S&P and NASDAQ. I think it's showing us that early. Yeah, you're going to get some volatility soon, which I totally agree with. I mean, especially for us coming out of rollover, get into that spring into early summer trade. I think that's maybe when it does start to escalate. But again, the indexes, be ready for a bumpy ride. I mean, get ready for volatility, I think, throughout the mid-year. So that's exciting for traders.
I think so, too. And just a quick note before I leave you to farm. NASDAQ is in negative gamma, ES is in positive gamma, and RTY is in negative gamma. So quite a different shift there, right?
Yeah. I mean, because RTY, I mean, you could see it. Just look at the chart this morning. It's just been on a steady, incline. And the fact that NASDAQ is in negative gamma, is today the day that if it starts to get pushed higher, does that negative gamma add that little push it needs to get through these recent highs? Good to know, though, Shai. Thank you. All right. We'll see you in chat.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Let's bring in Farm. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Fun day yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not touching the equity market that much right now. I continue to look to buy dips in crude oil. I think it's just like how much stress can the body handle? I think it gets interesting as we continue to see these same prices getting tested over and over again in the NASDAQ, and we're going to see what you think today. I mean, yesterday, if you like two-way action, right, Farm? I mean, if you want to see markets test highs and resistance and support in the same day multiple times, this is your market.
Yeah, it was pretty wild yesterday. We talked about, of course, NQ 469, I think was the level that we agreed on. It misprinted at the high and it was 465. I believe brokers are going to be fixing that on your charts in the next few days, so stay tuned for that. And then obviously everything went to hell. So yeah, we'll get into that, I suppose, but.
Yeah, I mean, how dare they do that? I mean, it's just math. I mean, it's the simple things.
They'll fix it. It's all right.
Had to print. Yeah, they'll fix it. We'll see what happens today. All right, let's take a look at. We'll start with me a little bit. Again, where am I focused? It's just crude oil. I mean, for me right now, I continue to wait to see if there's going to be dips to be bought. Again, we didn't make a higher high yesterday. They had the momentum to go towards that recent high. They could not do it. And now you're starting to see a little bit of a rotation back down. We're right at the 9-day moving average. I mean, I got to see if I could see a dip down to like 62.50. You heard Mark Newton talk about it as well. The low 60s. That's the area I would buy, and I would look for a swing position. To me, this is my target. This is what I'm just waiting for on a swing basis. I like crude oil again on dips, and we'll continue to look there for any opportunities. I'll take a quick look at the bond market for everybody just to show everyone what I'm seeing there. Again, when I look at the bond market, if we start to push above the previous day's high, man, I want to see what equities do. Does it create some volatility for us? Because you're now going to have rates coming down across the board today. You're going to be near the lowest we've seen, the 10-year and the 30-year in some time. I mean, for really, obviously mid-January we've been here, but in the past month. But if we get above this recent high, it'd be the lowest rates have been since early December, end of November, and you wonder what equities do there. And so it's just, again, it's not really a trade for me. It's more about awareness to watch to see if the bond market keeps pushing higher, what we do. And aside from that, I mean, quick look into the S&P chart for me, and it's just like, I look at this and go, what do you want to do with it? I mean, for someone like me who likes to hold trades for at least a day or multiple days, you just have no real clear big picture signal. It's why I lean on you for more of the intraday stuff, and all the traders out there for your short-term strategies. When you look at the big picture, all you have to do is just go back a couple of months, and this is what it looks like. I mean, you've had a little move higher. Remember we talked about the peekaboo above the high. You had a peekaboo below the low. We come right back in. Is there enough to take us outside their range? I don't know. I'll let you talk about that. Again, I don't love equities except for on the super short term. So if you're trading that stuff, don't be scared to be long or short because you never know what's going to happen right now, folks. There is no clear direction as far as I'm concerned in equities, and we heard that also from Mark Newton on the big picture. What do you got, Farm?
Yeah, I'm doing something just a little bit different and starting on the daily chart for today. Big picture with NASDAQ. The first thing I'm going to point out, and I really wish I had an hour to get into this, but I don't. But the strat traders will notice that we have a broadening formation here on the daily, which is also internal to the all-time high and the November low. So there's interesting implications from that we won't have time for. But basically, it means F around and find out. So yesterday was an outside day, so a little bit more for the strat crew, right? So we took the highs of, I don't even know what day it is, right? We took today's Thursday, so Wednesday. So Wednesday took Tuesday's high And then it came down, took Tuesday's low and came down. Target for that is then Monday's open and low. So that's when it was time to cover. So we had an outside day yesterday. So like, how are we going to get out of that then today, right? Like, it kind of makes sense to me for today to be an inside day ahead of CPI tomorrow. And so like this rally up toward range high is a little bit fishy to me, to be honest. We've got NASDAQ is up at weekly value area high. Yesterday's open. Like, where the hell is it going to go? I'll flip over to the weekly profiles in just a minute. But there's a couple of ways this can resolve, right? It can be an inside day today, and then we make a decision on CPI tomorrow. Or, believe it or not, we could come up here, and same thing for ES. So same chart, basically. We could once again fail after taking yesterday's high and then come back into range again and, maybe close with like some kind of red-bodied candle or something like that. And then that leaves potentially Friday for coming back down to the bottom of range. But it's basically, we have a 3-day balance here. And so the big picture trade is a break of that 3-day range. So for me, again, both ES and NQ, the break of this 3-day range, which is just this week-to-date cash hours range, break it to the downside, we're probably coming back to the lows. Break it to the upside, and then maybe bulls have something. Certainly on ES, there's a little bit cleaner path to the upside. NQ, I still have my concerns, that 516 to 538 range, and we still have not cleared the all-important 469 level. So I would just be very cautious chasing anything and getting too married to a position today. Like, maybe I'm wrong and maybe it's not an inside day and we just break this 3-day range with continuation. Maybe there's some news or like whatever. But when you look at your weekly profiles, we talked yesterday, we did have a P and we ended up breaking down the P in like the most spectacular fashion ever, right? We failed to break at the top and then came back through the body of it and then rugged all the way back down to Monday's open and low, completing that P profile breakdown. But I mean, like, where are we going here, right? We talk about this a lot on Wednesdays when I'm on. When you're middle of the week, we have to envision like, what could the profile look like from here? And what is it going to do, right? And so, like, is there enough time in the week for like some kind of fresh distribution higher? Well, maybe, but for now, again, just like yesterday, range high is range high until proven otherwise. So like, initiating along up here is a pretty horrific idea. Holding long from lower, taking profits up here, I think is fine. And then just monitor for continuation. But I mean, we're kind of up here at range high. So again, very, very tricky spots on NQ up here around 469 and then the 516, 538. So again, I think there's a risk of a failed break of yesterday's high and maybe a little bit more F around and find out. On ES, I mean, the profile is a little bit, it's kind of an ugly looking profile. But same picture again, right? So we can come up, we've got this outside bar. You can see like basically this 1 hour from yesterday is outside of, pretty much everything from the week to date, right? Except for that first 30 minutes from Monday. So it came down and tested below the open into the lower wick outside of all that. So again, I mean, we could come up here, we could fail one more time. And then come back through range. I don't think it's really in any trouble until back below 91 to 94. Shorter time frames. So again, same picture, ES, NQ. I would just be very careful on a break to the upside. But if it does break to the upside with continuation, it is a long. I would just be very careful based on the way that the profiles are developing, because I don't know where the hell it's supposed to go the day before CPI. But again, like we've seen crazier things. I think I've actually been using for today like 78 to 80, basically getting back into value for yesterday. I think is being a problem. It has been very, very strong above yesterday's value area high, NQ in particular. I should flip back over to that because you can see that a little bit more cleanly. I haven't updated these daily levels, but basically, so here's yesterday's value area high. Roughly, I was using like 325 for it personally and pretty much holding above it. I mean, we had the your typical, South Korean market open. So the max bid algo at 8 p.m. Eastern comes on. I was a little bit surprised that the euros didn't pull that back a little bit more. I was actually looking for shorts back down basically to yesterday's volume point of control. Couldn't get there. So it is a sign of strength. We had a very, very good buyer at yesterday's low. So I'm not like, outright right bearish necessarily. We had long setups from the lows as well. Very good buyer, but again, like I'm still respecting top of range until proven otherwise. So to me, it's one of those situations where like if it breaks yesterday's high, I'm careful fading it until it meaningfully fails back into range. But I'm also like kind of hesitant to initiate longs, and really especially on NQ because it's got that big 516 to 538 level sitting above it. And I mean, it still has not gotten through the all important 469. So again, just I would be careful getting married to positions today. I think it makes most sense for us to be inside day choppy shit show ahead of CPI. Very often for an inside day to follow an outside day, cool off vol just a little bit ahead of an event. But we'll see. So that's what I'm looking at. I really think 2-8 choppy trading in the range. Look to buy yesterday's range low, near yesterday's value area low. Generally selling near value area high, but I mean, we're above there for right now. So let's see how this cash opens. Going to be surprised if we don't end up at yesterday's volume point of control on both these indices at some point during cash today. So maybe that's wrong, but don't necessarily just go out and short it, but I would at least have a tight leash on longs up here at range high.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, though. The thought process is go back to where that high volume area was from the previous day when you have data coming out and you just don't have a clear picture in the indexes. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, again, if you don't like this market, go look at something else. And I'm not saying to go search for trades, but either do nothing or just be super patient and wait for markets to get to your areas, watch the reactions. We always talk about that hidden bias. We think they're going to break out, or we think they're going to pull back into range, and then you try to overtrade it. Again, when you talk about this scenario, farm, where like maybe we look to break out in Nasdaq carry, you try to get long, and then you get squeezed back down, and then it's like, don't overthink or overtrade this tape. It definitely is the path to the poorhouse, as I like to call it. You just have to be really patient when the indexes aren't working together, and you don't have a clear dominant trend on the daily. Means just be really focused on your short-term stuff, wait for the market to get to your areas, watch for the reactions. Farm, that does it for us this Thursday. As usual, thank you so much for being here. It's our Friday, so we're not going to be here tomorrow, but you will be on the Sunday night show. Everyone, make sure you check out Farm and the crew on the Sunday night show, and of course, check out what Farm's doing on X and his Substack. Farm, have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, Deli. We'll see you.
See you, bud. All right, everybody. Getting ready to trade the open here in just a moment. Quick recap of the morning. Had jobless claims, nothing burger. Market didn't move. Tomorrow's CPI. We've talked all about that. We've talked about the story with the indexes. Really, the Russell's the strongest one today out of the indexes. We had Mark Newton on earlier talking about really you're seeing that divergence within the tape. And I continue to think that, when you have days where the market's kind of sideways to going up, you want to be more into the Dow and the Russell just because they are the market leaders to the upside. You're seeing that on the daily charts. We talked about it with Farm, be a little bit more patient and more focused on two-way tapes in S&P and NASDAQ. Also this morning, what I'm seeing, what's changed a little bit from earlier, the dollar now has gotten a little bit weaker. You're starting to see currencies start to pick up a little bit to the upside. Yen was down a little bit more and earlier. It has now come back, and all the currencies are now catching a bid against the dollar. Bond market still stays relatively bid, and we'll see maybe if Jack is cooking up a position, something in the currencies markets. Well, everybody, we're about to find out. It's time to trade the open with Jack of all trades and Nick for a tick. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No hats today. Both guys did their hair. That's very nice. Look at
It's
this.
Thursday. You got to get ready.
I mean, I go back and forth,
Jack.
Kelly. It just depends if the hair's cooperating. You would probably know that.
Listen, dude, the hair's cooperating every day or you won't see me, Nick. Well, let's dive right into it. Jack, I'm curious. Saw a little bit of movement in the dollar. I thought of you this morning. I'm like, does he have any positions on in currencies?
Nothing in the currencies right now, just long the coins, long the Bitcoin, long gold, oil. So oil just came into, I know you guys are talking about that, at 64.02 is a 50% retracement from Friday's swing low. And I saw the reaction there. I was a little late, I actually had an alert that went off, and I saw the reaction, so I got in a little higher than I wanted to be at that 6402. But that is probably my favorite trade that I'm in currently. I do think Bitcoin and gold can maybe break out to the upside here, but we'll see. But you guys are talking about the indexes being choppy. I got a limit below back into the top of the close, or basically a gap fill in the Russell, focusing on the Russell and YM for my longs here today. But I don't exactly want to chase them up here right now. So long the coins right now.
Yeah, but I mean, still, so these are kind of like the weaker dollar trades right now, too. As you see the dollar come down, you see potentially Bitcoin, gold, and crude catch a bid. It helps the story a little bit. But yeah, I'm with you on that. And it's good to see that you're focusing on the markets that have a stronger trend with the Russell and the Dow, and just waiting for those pullbacks in there, because that's where we've seen greater responses to support. I mean, the S&P and NASDAQ have just been very range bound. Nick, let's go to you. What are you looking at coming into the open today?
I mean, I think you just said it, Deli. This week, as far as the volume profile goes, I mean, it's an inside week in a range that we've been trading for, it feels like, months now. I mean, even just looking at this, that's a pretty tight, compressed week thus far, at least in the NASDAQ. And yes, as you were saying, I'm going to be watching once again. I mean, I've done it almost every day this week. Is it possible that a short in the 420s is possibly going to work again? The mythical 420s. I have short that spot 3 times this week, every single day of the week. And it seemed to have worked in my favor every single time. So we'll see if that remains true if we come off the open here, as we are trading right around that spot so far. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do a whole lot today, to be honest, with CPI tomorrow and us kind of already establishing what looks like another range bound inside week, especially after we kind of tested the lows, not the lows, but the lows from basically Thanksgiving week, back down there near the kind of 24,200s that we hit earlier, excuse me, on Friday. I would say we're kind of stuck. And there's not a whole lot to do. That's why I'm very curious to see how Jack's looking at some of the other markets today. As I'm trying to get better myself and not getting stuck in the indices, regardless of how many times I can short that same spot.
Yeah, no, I think, Nick, and I've always looked at the way that your trading style is. I could see you definitely dipping into more markets, and that's why it's good to see you and Jack, on together. I think that your skill set for the way that you look at markets definitely expands out into other markets. So it'll be interesting to see how you start to morph into some other ones. But I want to talk for just a quick second with you about the NASDAQ, just because that profile that Farm had shown, I don't know, do you look at that weekly profile that he had? When I look at that, I mean, that is going to be, I think, a hard high to get above. But if it does get above it, I'm curious, what you've seen in the past with that type of big P profile that he has. I think it was a week to date volume profile. What that looks like, because you got a lot of volume built up here in NASDAQ. It's like all stacked up at the top. And it's like, what do you typically look at if we start to push above that? Is that like an area that you do look for a breakout and just lean on the high? I'm just kind of curious what your process is in NQ if we were to push above it.
Yeah. I mean, I think Farm did a great job, but looking at the last 2 weeks specifically, at least the value area from last week, that's basically where majority of that volume for this week is kind of trading. But yeah, a very small, tight range P-shaped profile here in the NASDAQ. So for me to see this continue, I would want to see at least another test up here towards kind of the 500s, maybe the month open for February. We come up kind of with that. And then what would be ideal if you are bullish and want to see a new all-time high, and I know Jack was leaning that way after we kind of tagged below the 24,400s, but I'd want to see something like that. We'd come up here towards like January's value area low and the month open up here, make a test, maybe return to this kind of 420 spot once again, the top of that P, and then bid off of it. You'd want to see buyers kind of return, defend that area, and step in to push us and start to get a volume build kind of above last week's value area high here. That would give me a good indication that we're probably going to, since we tested the bottom of this very large value area, for the last few months at this point, you would want to see us build above this 420 spot and then kind of make that march towards the range highs, which would put ES back to a new all-time high, as well as NQ kind of back up towards the 26K mark. That's what I'd be looking for, is a steady volume build above 420s. But would not shock me to see some aspect of a retest if we got back up towards the kind of 500, 600 area.
Cool. Yeah, no, thanks for going over that. Because when I look at volume profile like that and I see that, I'm always like, I'm curious how the guys are going to trade that when you see it. Boys, have a great day. I'll be in chat. Chat, thank you for the great morning. Show some love for my guys here. Hit that like and subscribe on our way to 200,000, where we will be throwing an online party and with a bunch of giveaways. So help us get there. All you have to do is hit like and subscribe. We'll get there quicker. All right, boys. Again, have a great day. Have a great weekend. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thanks, Joey. All right. Jack.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, sir. Chat, everybody. Good morning. How are we all doing? Everybody stay safe in this boring overnight session? I hope so. Really wasn't much until we kind of pushed up here in the last 30 or so minutes.
Yeah, actually, I took a NASDAQ long last night out of those lows that we were bidding, but I closed it just before when we started dropping here this morning, just because I like the positioning of where we were down at 25,000 to 212s. But I want to see us in the indexes get back to the close of yesterday. I don't really think this is going to be a gap and go. I think this is a gap fill type day for me. So if we can get back to those indexes, I'll probably roll over to the NASDAQ, maybe into the Russell, and look for entries. But everything up here, I'm not interested in chasing right now. But hey, 420. What's the overnight high? Is the overnight high 25,419.75? They're front running you now.
Yeah, that's why, like, the first thing I said when I came on was there's no way that's going to work again, right? If that's kind of the pre-market high here and we get an opening drive lower, like Jack's saying, probably down towards, if anything, settlement and NQ at least towards the 300s, that wouldn't shock me, but it would prove that, yeah, those mythical 420s apparently matter to somebody every single time.
Yeah. Well, I feel like you're manifesting it at this point. We got enough traders watching us, and you've been mentioning it every single day that some people are like, you know what? We're going to try it. We're going to try it.
Honestly, and I think our very faithful, loyal chat that's been here since day one of NT Live going back to last March has heard me and the boys keep this bit going for some reason. And this is almost a year later, and we would not keep this bit going of the 420s being some important level every single 1,000 points. And Farm does too. So it's not like I'm just an idiot trying to be funny here. For some reason, it continues to exist at every 1,000 point mark in the NASDAQ. For some reason, that level, every 1,000 points is just support or resistance. It takes a good amount of buying or selling to kind of push us off of it. I'm not kidding. It really does seem to always be like a value area high or a value area low or a point of control on a longer time frame for some semblance of that 1,000 point range. It's weird. I don't know why somebody does this, but somebody does.
Sometimes there's just things you notice in the market that you can't really explain, but you see them working, and you can get to the bottom of the theory. We can speculate on why it's working, but all you need to know that it's working for you. But anybody who's new to the channel, or if you're not already subscribed, this morning we are going to have a great stream for you guys. We are looking to pump these numbers up to 185,000 subscribers. So if you are new to the channel and you like what we are doing, even if you don't like what we're doing, we'd still appreciate the subscriptions here at NinjaTrader Live. Because without them, we can't do our job. So make sure you have hit that subscribe button.
And Deli did tease it, but once we do hit 200,000 subscribers, and if you guys missed the 150K subscriber celebration that we did with all of our lovely internet friends in the chat, we gave away a ton of cool shit. I gave away a brisket from Snake River Farms, and everyone else gave away much better items than that. So there will be giveaways upon fun, free things from the lovely folks here at NT Live. So you don't want to miss that. Tell your friends, tell your family, keep this online channel going so that I can continue to tell my mother-in-law that the podcast thing I'm doing is going well.
Good news, everyone.
Jack, you
love
haven't
it.
heard that. You haven't heard that bit. I know we keep talking about random bits, and that's what happens, I guess, when you stream publicly on the internet for a couple years. You just have running bits that continue to follow you in the trading space. The biggest one goes back to my mother-in-law doesn't really understand exactly what I do. Everything that I've done on the internet is just a giant years-long podcast to her. So that's what I get asked. Like, how's the podcast thing going? Constantly. How's that podcast?
Do you watch it? No, it's great. I love striking up. Yeah, I had a conversation with a tow truck driver actually the other day, and he's like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Oh, I trade." And got him on NinjaTrader Live in a 15-minute car ride. It's amazing how many people from different walks of life, actually are in this stuff. So
yeah,
spread the word.
And we have subscribers from across the world, which is awesome. Like all the different times of day that I've streamed publicly before, and seeing people in Australia and Argentina and all across the Eurosphere. Like we just have loyal, fun people, members in the chat, always hanging out with us. So awesome stuff. But Jack, you are long just about everything.
Yeah.
Jack is bullish just stonks right now. Everything.
Stocks, Bitcoin and gold. Yeah, basically, I mean, I guess those are, Deli was kind of saying they're kind of correlated to the dollar, but the dollar, even though I'm it has been moving lower, it's just not very volatile right now and probably is not going to have a bigger mover here today. But it was just, just kind of the positioning. I'm always looking at where we are relative to where I think we could go when I'm positioning myself. And yesterday I said before I got off, I was like, I wanted to take Bitcoin here to the upside. Bitcoin is relatively moving slow compared to what it was last week. And I think eventually it's going to base out here and move back up and take out that Sunday night high. But of course, like everything in trading, it comes down to being there at the right time when that move happens. So long everything but the indexes. I got a limit all the way down 20 points below, almost 20 points below in the Russell. So we'll see if we can crack lower, and then I'll be long the indexes too.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the open kind of brings us. We get that push down, or do we just tell 420 guy, it's been fun, but we need to see other people, and we start marching up higher. Tell your mother-in-law to subscribe, Nick. That's an hour of my life I would not get back, is trying to set her up on YouTube.
Yeah, then you'd be, I can't find the channel. My grandma used to ask me to come help her with her printer all the time, and half the time I'd go over there and the cleaning lady had unplugged it and she couldn't understand why it wasn't working, and I would simply just drive 30 minutes to grandma's house and plug her printer in. It's just technology. And I feel like that's going to be us in the future with like some things though. So I don't want to talk too much smack on not understanding some things.
Gold just made a nice little push lower.
Yeah, it's been in a really tight range all night long. I actually don't like the location it was rejected from. If that would have been my shorter time frame target, we definitely need to clear those 05s up there. But that's just right back here to the bottom of this range. I'm gonna find out soon after the open whether or not my ideas are correct. That's for sure. Yeah, speaking of AI agents, I don't know if you guys have done it yet, but the conversation you need to have with your parents when somebody calls duplicating your voice, pretending that they need money and you need a code word. That's coming very soon.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're on the exponential growth phase of this cycle, apparently.
We're all just going to be...
It's already made me too powerful, so God knows what much smarter individuals than me can do.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother's kind of on the front edge of understanding all of that, running his Claude bots and doing. He's like, I'm putting up Michael Jordan numbers at my work and they don't even know what I'm doing because nobody understands what I'm doing. I'm like,
yeah, that was my brother runs his own business, like 30, 40 people. But I had a call with him last night, and I was talking to him about it, and he's not up to speed, and he's actually finally hiring a technical guy to do stuff. And I was like, yeah, pick his brain. I was like, I'd be curious how he could implement some things for a smaller business like yours, because it's like you could build apps in minutes where versus going through a full like tech evaluation and things. Crazy.
Gotta be optimistic. I try not to be too doom and gloom about the future because that doesn't make life very fun. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. A lot of unknowns. But what part of our life? I feel like we were born at the stage of where we grew up without phones and then saw them become a huge part of society. Like literally the last bit of it, and now they're everywhere in technology and iPad kids, etc.
Mm-hmm. What type of candles am I using? These are 500 volume NQ candles. So they're gonna print pretty fast. It has a speed to the tape of like closer to somewhere between a 1 minute and 5 minute. And then someone asked how I can get my NinjaTrader chart template. You would need to subscribe to Order Flow Labs to get the full version of this template. But you could get partially the way there, or you could, like with the lovely things with AI too, you could probably start to build something similar if you're tech savvy enough. But in the event you don't want to do any heavy lifting whatsoever, you can check out Orpho Labs. Even the free edition will get you a portion of some of these tools and build them onto your chart. And then if you didn't know, we are releasing a version of the DOM that Leo, myself, Stowe, XY kind of use here in a few weeks, hopefully. And that will be completely free. Absolutely free.
Free 99. 10 minutes to like crack that bell. Does anyone at NinjaTrader ever rang the bell? Have they given the privilege to them?
Good question.
I feel like they deserve it.
Maybe someday if, or when and if their parent company IPOs, maybe that'll be the day.
That VIX looks like it's going to fall off a cliff here today. It has just been with these indexes being in the consolidation. We've had the VIX doing that as well. I got downside targets in the VIX at 1750 area. And when we get there, not if we get there, because we will get there, I would be laying off the long thesis for at least a brief moment. But that's kind of where I'm looking for the VIX to break down into, with 1930 at being the top side resistance on that.
Nick, what does the volume candles give you that minutes don't? So it goes along with why you see my candles repaint, like why some are gray, why some are red, why some are blue. These basically, it's called delta map. It's an indicator that OFL built, but basically what it's doing is it's looking at the delta of said volume candles and is repainting them based on extremes for the settings that I have set. So on like 500 volume candles, it's looking for an overabundance of buy delta versus sell delta, etc. Or if it's more split evenly, then you see no painting whatsoever, and it just remain the kind of neutral gray color. So it just helps me visualize what's happening in real time, kind of on time and sales, if that makes any sense, to see who's aggressively pushing at certain times. So it's just another way to visualize it, and it just repaints the candles to make it as caveman idiot proof as possible for somebody like me. Frank, that might be where, or for the indicators, you shouldn't have to, the free ones, you shouldn't have to go there. It should give you, actually, I don't know how exactly it's available. I'm not one of the admins on the back hand. If anyone knows behind the scenes, or if Leo is anyone's in the chat and wants to help Frank, if not, Frank, I'll find out for you. I always thought you signed up and it gave you access to the free indicator book, basically. I'll find out for you. I don't want to give you the wrong information. I don't know exactly how the freemium edition indicators get deployed. How do you get the jar file? Maybe that one's sitting in the Discord. Maybe that's what it is. because you'd need a specific jar file that you can add into your template, not your templates, but you know what I'm saying, into your charting platform folder to then add them to your charts. Sorry, I just butchered the crap out of that.
It's a lot of words to mix together in the right order.
Yes.
So I get it.
Okay. Somebody says, I got freemium, no Discord, just website. So you should be able to access the file there then. Salma, I know that was really bad.
It's not easy to trade, talk, place orders, read comments, and look good at the same time, Nick, but
I know.
you do it. Too much coffee makes me a bad trader. Too reactive. Might be the ADD. They say coffee and ADD don't mix.
Speaking of which, I need to grab my water jug that's across my desk. So 1 second, everybody.
And your pen.
Business duck.
Business duck.
I say it's duck season.
Well, while Nick is a duck statue, any questions that you guys want to come out and ask me while I'm just kind of waiting for these positions to either smack me in the face at the open or go my way? Yeah, I mean, pay attention to, I think a good night's sleep and peace of mind are the best thing for trading. Try to get to bed early. What do you think about the open? So I always try to have two scenarios. I'm a bull here, but I'm kind of a bull below us. I think we're up at some pretty heavy resistance in the NASDAQ that's been resistance for multiple days. It's actually the 50% retracement short of the regular trading hours session only, and it is 25,421, which is right at Nick's level. And I actually realized that after doing some analysis. So this 420 that Nick's been selling for days, I'm not looking to buy a breakout above it. Even if we were to break up above the open, it's an end of day at some point, I think, fade here today. So I'm looking for us to trade back down into either the mid of the prior day, which is 25,260s in the NQ, or right around the close, which is just a little bit higher than that. And then if we can sweep lower, it's because the news is tomorrow, right? So I don't think anything fantastic is going to happen as far as a trend here. We've been in a consolidation for multiple days. I don't really think today's the day to break it. I think tomorrow's the day to break it. So I'm looking for more positioning in the indexes where other traders are probably going, oh crap, I just got trapped. So I'm going to be looking for those trap entries, whether they're traps about like sweeping, taking out liquidity in the NASDAQ, maybe even if we get above the yesterday's high, or if we can get back below, like I said, the midpoint. But right now, my focus is not in the indexes. I have one limit order down at 2680, which is roughly the gap fill the Russell. I'm favoring the Russell and the YM just because they are the stronger markets, and so I'm expecting their bids to come in a little bit better right now. So how do I identify whether to sit out during chop? Really just higher time frame price action. Are we? If you look at the market, just pull up 15-minute chart of the last 5 days, you can see that we're chopping around. But it's not that I'm always like sitting out. It's just if it's a different level of patience. Like you got to ask yourself, what type of trader are you looking for? Are you looking for a continuation trade right now? A continuation trade is the assumption that we're going to continue new highs or new lows. If you're looking for a reversal trade right now, I would say you're probably looking for a short. I think we're in a consolidation with a bullish bias, so I'm looking for longs at the lower edge of the range. But you just first ask yourself, what type of trade do you want to take today? Do you want to take a continuation trade? Do you want to take a reversal trade? What is your bias? It starts with a couple of questions that you have for yourself. What's your bias, long or short, on the higher time frame? Okay. Two, if you're long, what type of short or what type of long do you want to take today? Do you want to take a range trade? Do you want to position yourself near the bottom of the range, or are you looking for a breakout? So I think asking these questions ahead of time before, because Mike Tyson says everybody has a plan until they get kicked in the face, and that's kind of like when the market opens. A lot of traders, even it takes a long time to work yourself from being like a good analyst to being a good executor, because you can have the best ideas, and then when that market opens, for some reason, they immediately leave your head, and then you execute on something you never planned on doing, and that plan doesn't work out so well. And then at the end of the day, you sit on your hands and you go, man, if I would have just done what I thought I was going to do at the beginning of the day. So if you have a hard time doing that, write it down. Trust yourself. Trust that the market's going to set up in what you ask for, or trust that the market is going to come into eventually the setups that you're willing to be patient for. Yeah, Tyson is a philosopher. He might have some of the most funny quotes on the internet.
Someone was asking, what are our thoughts on single stock futures? Oh, we're opening. Never mind. I thought we still had time. So we'll answer that question in a little bit as I watch this open.
I think a lot of times the open can feel like you're missing trades because there's such exaggerated moves at the open, but just because they're big doesn't mean they're great. I think typically if we are going into an opening drive, the best entries are probably before the market, like anywhere from 7 to 8 o'clock East Coast time. I'm not a market order by the open kind of guy. And the Russell dumping right off that first 5 minutes. How do you scale out? Well, you have to be in multiple contracts to scale out, but yeah, it would just be, you can do it. You can do a multi-bracket order if you're trading bracket orders. If you don't use brackets, you just use manual options, but anything, rather than trading one mini in the NASDAQ, trade 10 micro. You have to have multiples to scale.
We're going to bid out of this. It looks like it.
Drop to pop.
Everything so far smells like a D-shaped profile kind of day. Please prove me wrong. They've let us have too much fun the last couple of Thursdays, apparently.
Yeah, what was that? That was a freaking move, man. Like, different market, week to week.
Yeah, they really have let us have a lot of fun the last 2 weeks on Thursdays.
Yep.
it smells like chop.
Is that what that smell is?
Gold.
Chop, chop, chop.
I do love that there are sound bites now for everybody else. Not just me getting my likeness turned into AI one of these days by our lovely producers behind the scenes.
You will
Just
own
waiting.
nothing
I
and be
have a feeling
happy.
with a couple of them that I know and I've gotten to talk to in person. They're probably in the weeds with some of the new models and are finding ways to clone my voice and others. You ain't wrong.
Oof. What a candle in the RTY. Not that actually that's really not even that impressive, but just the reaction, the sell-off to the immediate bid. Interesting here. Still want to see lower, but maybe we'll trade higher first.
God, it feels like ES isn't even moving. There we go. So far, this seems like one of those days where I don't know how much I'm gonna trade. I've had a good week. I caught 300 of the 400 points yesterday.
Wow, good job.
Yeah, I caught literally the entire move down off the open somehow.
That's a great trade. Off the 420?
Oh, there was a second reoffer that came in at 420. I got 460 or 450, basically 450 to 460 were my entries.
Even better.
But yeah, there was a nice rebid that spooked me out of like half my position on that push back up to 420. And I didn't add again because I didn't think there was a possible way it was going to hold again. But it turned into an amazing hold for the runner at the very least. Yes, Mike, I was in fact the initial balance. I was the initial balance. Nick, what was the reason behind that trade? I talked about it yesterday. That was like, was it? I think it was the February value area high sitting up there, like right at 450, 460. And we just, if you were watching like time and sales at the time when I like entered that 461, it just buyers stopped pushing like right then. So that was why I gave me the confidence to, with a tight stop, I was like a good 10 points away from being absolutely run over for like a $3,000 loss. Buyers just like stopped. They stopped pushing. They stopped being aggressive. So I added another contract and it kind of reversed like shortly thereafter and just continued to flush. Just a spot pre-marked that makes sense as far as MGI, and then looking for some aspect of confirmation to enter was based on kind of the order flow stuff. That's usually how I do it. I look for MGI levels. I plot support and resistance spots that I'm interested to kind of watch for some level of reaction. And then you fire off the hip a little bit sometimes.
That's the execution part of it.
Mm-hmm. Jack and I have talked about it. That's why sometimes I'm good at running like tight stops, because I can be invalidated quickly enough that I'm okay with it and possibly going to re-enter, because I'm kind of looking for, like, if I enter, I want to see a quicker reaction at that level or that spot. And a lot of the time, guys, I'm very wrong. Like I get stopped out for 10 to 15 points, and that's okay. But other times, if you're reading it right and you have that level pre-marked, like you do get that type of reaction or push above or reversal, whatever it is.
Yeah, they are undecided here. This is how the speed of some of the things to take into consideration when like day types is like, okay, like, are we overlapping bars? Are we breaking out of a higher time frame level? Like, are we taking out a 4-day high with conviction?
Mm-hmm.
I always thinking about like, what are traders positioning themselves for? Is there like, traders are positioning themselves for that news event tomorrow. and we've been inside of a range. So before that news event, I'm not really keen on thinking that we're going to break outside of a range. If we were in an aggressive uptrend going into tomorrow, I would say, oh, well, we're still in an aggressive uptrend in the news. Maybe somebody has confidence in it, or the market has confidence in it in general. But if the pattern is a range and the news event is tomorrow, I don't typically run under the expectation that we're going to break the range.
Mm-hmm. But if we kind of push above this like 410 to 420 spot, like you see the structure for the week and even last week, like I don't know if I'd want to be the first person to try to fade 420 again if we get somewhat of a strong push out this morning, just because we would potentially now be knocking at another attempt to break out. And if we do, it's probably going to run another 100 points or so before maybe we'd find more sellers trying to step back in. But who knows? The 420 level continues to prove me wrong day after day this week by somehow going in my favor. But so far, just looks very range bound.
Yeah. On days, I always have 9:45 and 9:55 are kind of my timing numbers off the open when we're not really doing anything, looking for maybe some directional move. I don't know. Once again, it's just one of those things. I don't know why it works, but I often see that be something of value. We'll get it. This isn't going to be like last Thursday, but there'll be some moves. I just think, you got to be. I mean, the question you start asking yourself now is, okay, like, we're thinking we're a little more range bound, kind of a boring open. Where do you want to act? Where do you want to act? And then when we get there, you have a plan instead of getting there and then figuring out your plan. Or if we do have a breakout today, if we do start clearing that 25,420, what setup do you want to take? If we do clear that resistance, get above and stay above yesterday's open and hold strength into the 11:30 close, what type of trade do you want to take? You need to think about that now, not when it's happening. Plan ahead. Makes it easier when it happens.
Oh boy. Yes, at the highs of the range, NQ at the lowish part of the range. We just want to make a decision, pick a direction.
Right at that leg we broke down from in the ES, right at that 69.91s. That was my area of resistance yesterday. What I was looking for. My long spot today in the ES is 69.62s. And I will wait unless some new information is given to me. I'm in a bunch of positions that have not gone anywhere. So this is where I start to ask myself, and start lowering targets or moving stops up. Tells me this isn't the spot.
There it goes. Like, we're gonna break. It's trying to tempt me into longing there at the overnight VWAP. Not today.
Yeah, 69.62 is basically the gap fill. So I think we're filling gaps today in the indexes. What up, Fractal?
All right, this is that 280 spot. Let's see if settlement wants to do anything.
Oh, shoot.
Nope. There's no way that 420 does it again, right, guys?
One more time for...
You just had to do it in the pre-market. They front ran my entry.
I am about to get filled on a Russell limit, which is... I'll bring that into view here. Since it's active new positioning.
Man. Much lower. Am I short again? No, I'm not currently in a trade. Overnight low sitting at around the 210-ish.
Stopped out of CL. Nope. Very close to my Russell, but no cigar. CL bottom ticking me and reversing.
Is the tape looking thin today? Salma, I guess I haven't seen how thick the ES's book has been this week. It's definitely a little light. It is like 30s and 40s top to bottom pretty much. But as far as NQ, like I don't notice a massive difference than any other day this week. I could be wrong though. But our vol definitely is low. Sitting at around 68 in ES. Oh, even lower on NQ. Yeah, 63. So yeah, this screams chop. Yes, Salma, that's the key. I'm never wrong. The market's wrong. I just gaslight everybody. What am I looking at when I say I'm looking at the tape? I'm looking at the order book. And I'm looking at time and sales. Ooh, that's a nice little puke. Wow, they really did front run the 420s once again. I cannot believe that overnight high. Is it 420 to the tick? Or is it 419s?
It was 1975.
1975.
That's
wow,
basically
those
420s
jerks.
to the tick.
And MNQ was 420 exactly. Of course it was.
Oh,
Oh, I hated that entry. Oh, give it a shot. No.
we NQ low is the 50% retracement from yesterday's low to the overnight high to the tick right now. It's basically 25,239. I mean, I say to the tick within a few points is to the tick to the in the NASDAQ to me.
Yeah, I really don't love this entry. I should be in it where my stop is. Yeah, it's going to get me. Oh, all right. Fair enough.
We'll see. We're at running into that 9:55 time frame in 3 minutes or so.
Come on, buyers, bail me out of my poor entry.
And that's how I feel right now.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Yeah, I should be in. I should have been in at 255s. I would have gotten 30 points pretty easily, but it's all good. I think 55s is a spot. Yep, there it goes. Oh, anyone long my stop?
Just sweeping that European session low there in the ES and moving higher. Let's see if we can start bouncing. I am in a we're coming into where I need to hold for the positions I'm in. And this is going to be the determining factor here. I think for the, this is where the trend begins. I think these levels here are going to make the difference between actually having a continuation to the upside or literally having an all-day chop. So if we hold this, I think we have the potential of, getting new highs through this open. And if we shatter down and break, then we're probably, gonna get more of a choppy day. But as you guys probably noticed, I'm leaning in the Russell. The YM, not even checking below the 920 low. So keep an eye on that. That thing remaining strong, up 0.5% here in the YM. Come on, gold. Hold this 50.75 and then go higher. Let's get the Russell moving up now. 955.
Mr. Monopoly, yeah, it just came down to my entry is not where it was supposed to be. Like when I hit market, it basically was already 6 points higher than what I thought it was going to be. Just not a good entry. Happens. That's the problem sometimes with NQ when we're still kind of wiggling like this. But yeah, that would have been the trade. Long 55, stop at a new low.
Oh.
But yeah, at this point, I'll wait till not get wicked out on new home sales or existing home sales, whatever it is.
Disney home sales. I don't know if it's a good buy yet. We're still at my price level. I'll determine if it's a good buy when I get a good sell. It's usually how I like to determine my trades when I exit them.
Turtle Jess, you wonder what Stowe is doing. You may have missed the last 2 days of this stream. He's doing great. You might see more of him.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
We're looking at
We're just going to get a repeat of yesterday and just flush back to the week open and leave me without shorting it this time. The first day this week, I didn't touch it.
Yeah, it is looking like the Bears are going to take us back to yesterday's areas and points of consolidation. I'm going to move my stop up here.
Stowe is back. I've been on vacation for 2 weeks. Driver trades. Yes, he did finally return after he told me he was just going to get milk. So he's back.
Guess who's back?
It must have been a far place to get milk. Maybe like rhinoceros milk. Do you have to go to Africa?
Wow. See, somebody else gets the joke. Wow, that was faster than my dad. He's still getting milk. Oh, man. At least somebody gets it.
Milk. Where's this edge report? Gold futures breaking low. Yes, they are.
Hey, you're welcome, Curtin. Good to have you. Yeah, not only try to just shout levels from the hilltops, but also give you a method to the madness. And as much as 420 is a meme, I think I did a decent job of explaining, at least structurally with volume, why that level exists currently. So hopefully people are learning something too, and not just taking trades off numbers that Jack and I yell for no reason.
Might be getting that ES 62s.
Yeah.
There it is.
It's still kind of melting down. But yeah,
Yeah,
the week
no, I
opens
mean,
right
we are,
here
you know,
too.
that's the thing. It's like, it's one thing when you have levels, it's another thing when the market doesn't care.
Yeah. And I mean, look, it's just, we've sold off from that same kind of high all week. That same exact area. It's just a whatever range bound market, but there are clearly sellers interested in taking us down, at least in the NASDAQ, from that 400 to 500s area, and have been since last week when we had an attempt to rebid again on February 4th. Like another failed attempt and a violent flush off the open. So sellers are still here. At this point, I don't want to really I mean, this could be a spot at 180s, but I'd probably wait for us to. I mean, if we tag the week open again, is it really going to hold this time?
It's looking a little different.
Yeah. How many times have we knocked on it and some low volume drift up, whether it be in the overnight or in the afternoon, have kind of pushed us back? But then when there's larger players in the market, as there usually is in the first hour, they've continued to want to push us lower or are just selling into that drift up that happens every day. Interesting stuff. I'm just sad I'm not on the train for the first time this week. I may take the stab here though. Let's see. I kind of like this spot. And yes. Oh, are you kidding me?
Well, 62s should have been what I did.
Yeah, and 180 should have been. As soon as I said it, the bid came in. My goodness, like they didn't even give me I guess I hesitated there, and they decided to go without me. That's 40 points in 15 seconds. Lovely. It shows sometimes when you are a shorter time frame trader like me, execution and timing and just kind of being locked in and pressing a button.
Yep.
How important it is to not hesitate if you're confident.
Well, now that I gave you 62s, if we end up catching a bit out of it, 707's your target.
Yeah, this would be at least here, maybe back to the 320s in NQ is where I'd be targeting with the full rotation move. I guess that'd be 2 rotations, but I could see us going back to that kind of aura low area, 310, 24-hour VWAP sitting there too if we don't reject right off this spot. Marcus, sometimes it feels that way, but I could be honest, it's much easier to articulate the market and what's happening in real time than it is to actually put risk on. It's super easy to talk about it, talk about levels and talk about what you're seeing, but to physically actually put, the risk, a few $100s, a few $1,000s, whatever, it just takes a little more effort because I can call it levels, things I'm watching day in and day out. Doesn't mean anything if I'm not taking the trade.
Yeah, so 62s was basically just the gap fill and a halfway back. And just, the level of, if you look at a chart, it's just where we went sideways yesterday. But sometimes, I mean, that's the thing. In the first, after 9:55, I'm much more comfortable taking new positions than before 9:55. For you have that opening drive that usually lasts until then. And in this case, like I thought we were going to gap fill these indexes. It's exactly what we did. I mean, even the NASDAQ went well down through it.
Jack, can you explain your gap fill? Because everybody, I think, references gaps very differently.
Okay, so the gap fill is simply yesterday's 4 o'clock close, and then like wherever we open, East Coast time. So there's sessions, there's the regular trading hours, which is, when the stock market is technically open, although that's going to be changing now because we have futures, but it's just where we closed yesterday to where we opened this morning. Yeah, RTH stands for regular trading hours. But man, this is just Long's still got a lot to prove. Otherwise, we're taking out freaking tomorrow's low, I would say. I mean, if we get nothing here, then I would think we are taking out tomorrow's low. This is the custard's last stand. Tomorrow's low, yes. Tomorrow's low is going to be taken out today. Yesterday's low. What am I? I'm sick right now. If you can't hear it in my voice, my brain is 60%.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Granted, I didn't have a bad 6 season. Of course, knock on wood, I probably just jinxed it, and the baby's gonna bring home something from a play date. But it takes a lot. Like, it's so much harder to trade with like a decent cold. Like, your brain's just a little foggy. Everything kind of feels like it's moving just a hair slower as far as processing the data.
Yeah, no, all it takes is a little bit off to lose a whole lot of your common sense and experience. You're like, yeah, I know what tomorrow's low is, guys, by the way. Don't ask me to tell you. I'll tell you tomorrow.
Yeah, I still do like the bid out of this. Let's see.
Yeah, no, if we get the bid out of us, I'm freaking holding this Russell for new highs and making back all these L's I've taken here this morning. Basically put me on break even on the day if I hit this trade.
Yeah, it's much cleaner. That 62 spot, Jack. Yeah, I had that marked just right under that, like a couple ticks, but interesting.
Well, I'd like to see us get above and stay above 77s, kind of where we saw that selling yesterday. But if we can get back above and stay back above that by the end of this first hour, I mean, if you remember, yesterday it was an hour of selling, and that was it. And the rest of the day we just spent getting pullbacks to be bid. Maybe today it's 30 minutes of selling. I mean, the low's right around 10 o'clock. Maybe, and then tomorrow will be 15 minutes of selling. And then Monday will be a gap up.
That's
my theory. Just cut the time in half until they rally it.
Nick, wait until the little one gets sick. Yeah. I have a good friend whose little one has RSV, and it's been going on for like 3 weeks. So it's not always fun when they get sick.
RSV?
Oh,
RSV. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a bad one. How long is the baby had that?
Oh, my baby's not. No, we keep her. We try to limit. And I have friends that are very like honest when their kid has the sniffles at this point.
Yeah,
just
you don't know.
It's so bad, and she's not in daycare or anything, so we try to just limit when we can. Because I bounce back quick. My wife not so much, and the 2 times that she has been sick since she was like as a newborn and on, like, it hasn't been fun for daddy. I can tell you that much. It's just not a fun environment.
No.
So, and she's a good sleeper. So when she doesn't, it's usually because she's sick. Here we go. New lows.
Not a
ES tagging the week open and settlement here, hopefully. NQ just a hair above it too. Phoenix, we had a poor low in ES. Did we before? Oh, yeah, we kind of did. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
I tell you what, the setup is not looking good for bulls tomorrow at this rate.
It looked so promising for them earlier this week.
Right? It's amazing how quick your opinion can change from day to day. Like, it's good.
Monday coming into the session before we sold off, or I guess all day too, because we ripped opening drive, trend day higher, and then you and I traded the close, and it was snooze fest and a reoffer. But it felt like after the violence of the software is dead meltdown last week, it was like we are so back. That was an overreaction, and then here we go, reoffering that same spot again and again.
Putting my stop just below the low.
Market's going lower or nowhere. Yes. I think that we've said that ad nauseum at this point. It just feels like we're going to be range bound, which is one of the reasons I'm kind of favoring longs.
Yeah.
Sellers haven't proved me wrong by keeping price below the week open for more than a few minutes yesterday. We had one more violent push lower in the NASDAQ of about 70 points, and then we were right above it again. And we were gone. Like we were off to the races after that.
Yeah, I just want to see something holding here.
Are you still in your gold long?
No, I got stopped out when I was not taking that for longer than I had a pretty clear range that I was able to place a stop on, and we apparently just jammed that and moved it right back in. But I just looked back at that. That is now moving back up. Just washed some traders, including myself, and immediately back into the range. That's the type of tape it seems like we got right now. And I guess it's still holding. I like in Bitcoin here again, honestly.
We get a bit out of this. Come on. Yeah, tempo has died. So, and while it has, make sure you have hit the thumbs up button as well as subscribe to this channel. Because Jack's going to give away something really awesome when we hit 200,000 subscribers. I don't know what it is. I don't even think he knows what it is. But if you want to find out, make sure you're on this train before it leaves the station. Because we are not stopping. We are going to 200, and then we're going to be on our march to 500,000. Because why not?
Cubs tickets with me.
There you go. You heard it. Clip it. He's that's what he's giving away. And we'll be there by March. So it'll be just in time for
season opener
at Wrigley Field. You heard it here first. Jack's not buying your parking though. So figure that out for yourself.
It's more expensive than the ticket. We're taking the red line.
I have never been to a game at Wrigley though. It's one I've been meaning to do.
How many times have you been to Chicago?
So many times.
Really?
I used to, my company's wasn't based there, but I used to travel there all the time. One of my bosses was there for a few years. And yeah, I just used to travel there for work constantly, internal meetings and things. Both companies I worked for had large presence there in the city. So was always there.
I'll give you tickets to go with you. That sounds like a fair deal. I assume you probably, do you have seasons? Well, guys, we got to get to 200,000. Y'all jumping the gun here.
As we said, you want to go with Jack to a Cubs game in April? Then tell your friends, tell your family, create an alt if you have to, but help us get to 200,000 subscribers.
Eric, the red line is part of the Chicago experience. There's nothing like being in fear for your life before you go see a Cubs game with your dad. You know, it's just like part of the vibe. All right, let's hold these levels.
Jack gets to go to Wrigley Field. I have to hate watch my Angels continue to ruin the career of Mike Trout.
You know, it's so crazy. I mean, do you ever walk outside the stadium? How much different that stadium is now than just a few years ago? I mean, there was literally a Taco Bell and a McDonald's outside. Now there's like a Harley Davidson dealership to kind of give you like an idea of how different. You know, you go from a Taco Bell to a Harley Davidson dealership, which actually closed because who's going to the Cubs game and buying a Harley? I don't know. I don't know who came up with that idea, but
you're saying the vibes have changed.
Sure that rent was not cheap.
No.
Bleacher bum before it was cool. A man of trends. Just tell us which way the market's going to trend. I bet the best trades are going to be at 2:30. It's going to be trade the close. It's going to be positioning into tomorrow, maybe into the close. We're going to be back in 420s. We're going to sell off 600 points. Yeah. Probably, I agree with that. The best trades were on the YM today. I should have been more focused on that index. Well, we really haven't gone there. Honestly, the best trade was probably shorting the Nasdaq, but
Yeah.
Nick missed his fill by a single tick.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have taken it in the free market anyway, but you thought maybe we'd get some drive back above 400s to start the day.
Yeah, that was a quick cascade at 9:40. Just basically wedged out in the morning and then just...
And we lingered in that opening range for a good 10, 15 minutes before we finally decided to do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be watching the YM later. Right now, it's just that gap up, fade lower. Honestly, that type of day, I dislike. I'm not a fan of the gap up and fade lower. Just not for my setups. I don't partake very well typically. I'd much rather prefer a gap down than a continuation. Yeah, thanks, Paul, for reminding us to get those likes up while there is almost 1,200 of you watching and less than a 50% like count.
Oof.
I know it's been a tough morning here, guys, but we still need them likes.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
Nick, what time frame do you use? Tick or value? I use volume candles on my execution chart, but I have several time frames in different views that you guys can't always see. And I'm constantly jumping back and forth and just kind of, I really operate, my long time frame stuff is usually a 1 hour and a 4 hour as far as like finding levels and things is how I kind of define it. I don't usually use a daily or weekly or anything. That's like too far out for me to find like shorter time frame levels. And then I execute basically on a 500 volume, which is close to like a 1 minute to like 2 minute, I would say. And then a 1500 on ES, which is closer to a 5, to be honest. I like kind of executing off a 5 minute in ES.
It's going to turn into an interesting day if we are below tomorrow's low. It's a joke. It's yesterday's low is what I'm referring to, but that's all the way down at 25,058. If I were to pick a level that we could trade that I like that is below that low, it is 25,012. I mean, we're still above 62s in the ES, but we lose that 62. This is going to be a freaking... There it is. No, we're holding it.
Nick, what got me trading on volume versus time? Just the way that I started to learn and use some of the indicators that are on my chart more than anything else. I just found it just more effective way for me to kind of understand what's happening under the hood as far as time and sales and on the DOM, just visually with like the repainting of the candles. It started to kind of put everything together for me. confirm or validate what I was seeing in real time by actually visualizing it that way. So for me, just smarter people than me that have built certain tools and that I learned from, people like Leo who have helped develop these tools. It just made it easier for me to understand it. So I got comfortable kind of looking at things on a volume-based candle build versus just time. But the difference is not that much. It just helps me visualize it.
We'll see if the sellers shut off after the first hour here again. We got about 5 or 6 minutes
as
to the 10:30 mark. I look at the 5-minute average true range multiplied by 1.5 to give me an idea of how big of a risk I'm going to need to take. And then I just enter in bracket orders and move it around. And then sometimes if I think there's structure around there, I'll move, like now that the Bitcoin's moving my way, I'm going to swing it up through this low.
The Bitcoin.
Jim got me on that. I can't get off of it. He got me hooked.
Nick, are those paid for indicators? Yeah, some of them are. Some of them are free. There's a freemium edition of Order Flow Labs on their website that you can check out if you want to play around with it. As well as a ton of educational content behind the scenes to actually help you understand their tools, which helped me actually learn the logic behind it. So what's happening and why it's printing and doing certain things suddenly that shortened my learning curve coming up in the space.
I'd look at 63.47 in CL, but right now, no, that my level that has traded, I mean, it's still there, but like it's just not going anywhere. 64.02 is the level I was looking at. We're trading 63.97 and we're just not moving in CL. So I kind of want to actually see a sweep of that Tuesday low into 63.47, and I have an alert set there, and when that trades, I'll take a look at it. But right now, I do not like the lack of bid here in really every single freaking market. It just seems like we can't move from these support levels.
Is there a free version of the other DOM XYZ uses? So, yes, there is. And it will be available soon. And not only will it be free, it will be absolutely free. And apparently there's a difference. I still want to long this.
We'll see. Could be. Not a great open. But, you know, how many times do you look into the morning and then you come back at the end of the day, or markets somewhere totally different at the end of the day? It's like morning can look terrible. I've seen so many days. It's just like, okay, you really can never say what's going to happen. I mean, look at yesterday. I mean, at after 10:30, you would have thought we were going to plummet to last week's lows, and then 10:30 turnaround, we ended up doing nothing past 10:30. This really isn't that aggressive of a sell-off. It just seems like those morning sellers come out and then they go away. And how high can we drift after they go away? We'll find out. All right. 10:30's here, ladies and gentlemen. The sellers have left the desk for the day, just like yesterday. They are no longer interested in. They only have an hour-long job.
They're really not giving me anything to push out of this yet. Still want to long it.
They work for an hour and they go home. Save me. Save me. Give me a rally for the remainder of the day. Back to bed, sellers. So I'll give you an example of like a 25-minute rotation. So 9:55 is the first 25-minute rotation of the day. So I always like to pay attention to where we are at 9:55. And then the second 25-minute rotation past 9:55 is going to be 10:20. And then, so I just kind of look at like where the market is, like what is the pattern of that market over 25 minutes? Like right now it's bearish, but if we were to get above, let's say there's many different ways I use it, but like if we were to swing above, we went sideways for about 25 minutes here in the Russell and then dumped, but that low of the day is at 10:30. I will pay attention to if we are above like one of these highs here after 10:55, so basically right going in 11 o'clock, that'll kind of give me some confidence in this position. If we're not, honestly, I'm just going to be stopped out. But a lot of times, in the Bitcoin, we have a 25-minute rotation higher, which gives me confidence for a continuation up. So that's another way I use it. Did from where I entered, did we get a full cycle continuation or a consolidation? Because typically consolidations, if they consolidate for a time period, like a 25-minute rotation after a sell-off, we usually continue in that direction, which is what it's looking like. Yeah, I mean, your guess is probably right. It's looking like sellers are back. They didn't leave at 10:30. This is a fake out.
Let's see if we want to sweep the IB or just drive lower and continue to lock me out of this trading day.
No, it is just looking like a
speaking of locking out, did anyone see the little tease from Kane yesterday on Tradeovate NinjaTrader Prop? That lovely little lockout button. More to come. Yeah, Josh, if you do that, it can't hurt you. A break even button too. Well, the more you tell us things, the more we can ask nicely the NinjaTrader dev team behind the scenes to continue to make some awesome stuff, like some of those features for the prop editions of the platforms, as well as stuff like the DOM that we are bringing everybody for free. On the NT platform, yeah, it'll be on the NinjaTrader web and Tradeovate web versions, I believe, first before anything else. Let's see if it wants to bounce now. I hate this low at NQ though. There's a good sweep.
Maybe back to 69.34s now. 69.34, I would think, in the ES. And I mean, this is just a failure to get any type of bid. And I think we're just going to wash it out.
NQ better tag the week open again. But the more we keep doing this, though, I just think it's not going to hold one of these days.
It's the week open.
Yeah, it's right here on NQ. ES is now below there. It's week open, excuse me.
For sure. I mean, I think it is now looking like, to me, we're going to take out tomorrow's low, as in yesterday's low. And then, yeah, when you're referring to the week open, you're referring to Sunday nights.
Yeah, the opening print from Sunday night.
Yeah.
It just, it's funny. I got turned on to it by obviously some of my trading friends because I wasn't paying attention to it that closely, but it weirdly acts like a good pivot for the week. Even just something as simple as that. The market or the algos, whatever, just respect it in some capacity. And we saw it yesterday. Like that was my target for my runner to cover. And whether it be reflexive or just the natural bid in the market, the second we kind of wicked below it, a stack of bids came in, including mine, to get out. So clearly an eyeball spot for people in some capacity.
Yeah, honestly, I would not be surprised to see the NQ down at 24,900 tomorrow. Yes, and the question, it's Jack Bearish. Yeah, usually when I get stopped out of multiple longs, I flip my bias. I don't just keep forcing it, which is where I am today, being stopped out of multiple longs. And that's the market telling me I'm wrong. And I don't need it to tell me again. Yeah, you got it. I mean, I know when I'm wrong. I mean, it's sometimes it costs money to figure out you're wrong. Like, I was anticipating a continuation here today. That is clearly not the trade. And I've lost money anticipating a continuation here today, but I'm not going to do it again. Or if I do want to take a long end, the longs need to prove themselves. I'm not going to be the first guy to buy kind of thing. There's no more, you would need to see a structure change, a 15-minute swing high taken out, and that takes hours to develop. So I start thinking like, okay, like what are the potential supports? Like 62 in the ES, we came up, we rotated to 76, got rejected. We just took out the overnight low. What's below the overnight low? Yesterday's low, or as we refer to it as tomorrow's low. But yes, 69.11 is on the table for me in the ES. This also, sometimes I'm thinking like, if we don't hold where I think we should hold, that means like we're going the other way. Like if we're not going to get that bid where we should get that bid, that means there's more to come.
This would be a spot I want to see a bid right here, right now, or it's going to flush an NQ, probably another 80 plus points.
Yeah, it's 69.34 and then 69.11 are going to be my major levels below in the ES. And for the NASDAQ, you got, well, I would have 24,900 and 936 to 900 area. But now it's just a matter of finding a potential entry into a continuation. But we're expanding range to the downside. We are picking up speed. We're getting, so yesterday didn't have a second leg down. Today is a second leg down. That's the difference between today. The confirmation of shorting, I mean, of course, it's always subjective, but it's the fact that we didn't hold 62s. I'm not going to just short into the low, but yesterday was a one leg down move, how I viewed it. It's kind of just that first 30 minutes of selling, then really the rest of the day was primarily longs. Today, we failed a rally. We came into that. I'm looking at the ES, and I'm kind of looking for that technical leader of the bigger things. But we came into that 62s. We got a bid, and it was a decent bid. And then we rolled over and cleared those stops out. So I start to think that that's the point where the market needed to continue. And if the market didn't continue from that point, it's going to shift to a higher time frame level.
Still going lower. All right. I think I'm done trying longs for right now. I've only taken two paper cuts, but
and these bars in the last 15 minutes, it's not like they're overlapping. They're skipping. They're wide bodied, no overlap. We had, a consolidation period from basically 9:55 to 10:25, and then market says, "Hey, there's more sellers here. Let's find out where the next set of buyers is." And right now, that ES is 69.34, is like I said. And it's like it's hard for me to short into this low. If I was short, I'd be trailing. But yeah, I think, like I said, we're taking out tomorrow's low. We are about 50 points away from yesterday's low in the gotta switch some markets up here. Gold looking great. When I say tomorrow's low, I'm referring to yesterday's low. It's now become a joke. Just sorry to confuse you guys, but yeah, tomorrow's low. We're going to tomorrow's low. Tomorrow's low in the ES is 69.31, and in the Nasdaq it is 25,058, and that is the RTH low. I don't pay attention to 24-hour session lows of the previous day. If I could tell you we're taking out tomorrow's low, and I actually knew what tomorrow's low was, I'd have a jet.
It's still going.
I've had a DeLorean, a time traveler. I'm just really wondering if we're actually going to get 69.11s here in the ES. That is a trade that I would love to see, especially if we get 69.11 at the close or in the Asian session going into news. Oh, I'd love that. It's 30 points below us. Jack to the future. I like that.
That's funny.
I do want those Nike Back to the Future shoes. I don't know if you guys have seen them. Unfortunately, they're $35,000, so you would never wear them.
Those
and
are,
I'm not exactly somebody who puts shoes in my closet to look at them.
Yeah, those are sweet.
So I'll short ES at 58 half year. Now I'm getting on the short side of things. But I tell you what, if it doesn't go down, this is where I really ruin my day. If I go long, get stopped out of my longs, and then flip to a short bias and then get stopped out of my shorts, that's the day I want to throw my computer out the window. But we'll find out. If there's anything that frustrates me in trading, it is having a bias, flipping your bias, and being wrong right after you flip.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, you're just stuck with longs. Today is that day. Only one way to find out. Only one way to find out.
We did see somebody come in down here at like 86 with some size.
I'm not longing. I am not longing. I will not long until I see some structure change or 69.11s in the ES. I also think maybe 25,015 for the NQ would be the trap. If we're going to have a trappy day where you just take out the prior day low and then run it back to your face. Just running through a couple scenarios. 25,015 in the NQ would be that level for me. A break back above the beginning of this move in the ES, like a 69.70. That would kind of change the structure back to the upside. Everything we just did in the last 15, 20 minutes to the downside, that's kind of like my bearish below thesis now. That liquidation that began at 10:30 would need to recapture above. Craig with the note, deleveraging. Absolutely. And we're cracking through overnight highs right now in the VIX. And when I say VIX, I am looking at the VIX futures. I don't look at the VIX. I look at the futures. Yen is a great move. Should have been on that when Crudele was mentioning it this morning. Ugh.
God bless you!
Yep, I'm getting the soundboard to bless me now. $69.11 is the area where we really started the liquidation back on Thursday, and then we recaptured it on Friday. So if you look at the breakdown in the ES on Thursday, that started in the pre-market. That's really where we cracked down from. So just mark it up. Was that Jurassic Park? Is that where that's from? All right, 10 minutes of Nick and I left, and then we're going to have order flow Leo, and I think Salma. Well, still can't even get a decent. This selling is
They're
heavy.
relentless.
It's heavy. Also, for the VIX, the VIX futures, I'm going to pay attention to 1930. When we hit 1930, if we hit 1930 in the VIX, I will look at whatever corresponding supports we have in the indexes. 1930 is roughly the high of Monday. It is the high of Wednesday. And every time we've come into that level, the indexes have found their supports. But we're still pretty far away from it for as low as the indexes are. Like yesterday, we were at 1930 in the VIX as we were approaching the 10 o'clock low. We're at 1880 in the VIX, and we're basically at yesterday's low in the NQ and the ES. So the VIX has got some catching up to do.
Oh, buyers, you're going to let me down. That looked good for a hot second there.
Well, if market internals aren't as bearish as the charts, I'm not looking at too many internals. Only, I guess, the VIX, you consider that internal. Maybe we get that spike, the FU trade of the sweep of the prior day low into the high is 25,015 in the NQ. So I will be looking for that. If market internals do not continue to be as weak as the indexes and we sweep into 25,015 in the NQ and catch a bid. No, I definitely need some medication of some kind. I am last few days just, and I actually hate trading with brain fog because I'm not as quick. I mean, the YM, boy, Still up on the day.
All right. Well, it can do its thing.
Here's going to be your 69.35 in the ES. All right. I also have a level at 19 in the VIX. If we go 19 in VX futures, 34s in ES, and the 2014 in the NQ. I'm going to get the NQ on my screen. Woo, doggy. There's that. Yeah, there's tomorrow's low in the NASDAQ. And all right, I'm actually gonna long ES here.
Yeah, we did just quietly melt down this whole session. Very calmly.
Yeah. At 10:30 break, really seemed to be the
Yeah, there
punch.
really wasn't much of a like pop to kind of reoffer at either on NQ.
Yeah.
Like that 240s, 260s, but
It just, well, I mean, it was
lingered
almost
there
100
forever.
points at a low, but it just doesn't feel like that.
Yeah.
You know, when you're having those bars that are just, I mean, those are pretty large range bars there. Let's see if we get this 25,000, 14, 15 area in the NQ here.
Yeah, the dang 420 worked again. Crazy. This might be a spot though in NQ. 40s. Granted, I've said that from the week open and then the 80s too. But
You know,
but this time for sure the 40 long will work.
I just did some recalculating here.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys?
Morning meltdown. I am not Not on my ball right now, but wow, what a morning here. They really like to give it to me and Nick on Thursdays.
At least you guys had some action.
This is true. It just did not. I don't know. I just couldn't find a good entry today.
Some days it'd be like that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
that.
I had trouble.
Back in the magic box zone here.
We are.
What's that mean?
You have to ask. You can't afford it.
If you have to ask Salma, you're just not in the know.
I still don't get it.
They're going to clip that. I know it.
I don't think they like to clip me for some reason.
What do you mean? You have the famous meow.
That's the only thing that they have clipped for sure.
Nick is the most clippable, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of me. There's a lot of XY.
You don't know me, son. I did get a new mic, so maybe the mic quality going up will increase the clippage.
So you're just continuing to up your streamer boy street cred.
I mean, yeah, isn't that what you did?
I mean, I'm up leveling everybody across the board.
In what way?
TBD. We'll see where the vibes takes us.
There's why is there a 500 lot on the bid at 525,000? You seeing this?
Oh yeah, look at that.
25,000.
Someone said, "Oh, I'll take this." Big ass bid in the magic box.
Haters will say it doesn't matter. It's not real. The box can't hurt you.
Haters will say it's fake.
That's true.
I internally cringe every time I hear a clip of myself.
You get used to it. They said they're
know,
probably
Nick, you used to the fame yet?
I mean, they're just training that AI model behind the scenes that just will let me say whatever I want, apparently. I am a man of the people.
Oh, that's a good one. Well,
I
you
don't
guys are
even
gonna
know
have an
what's
exciting
real
day.
and fake.
Yeah, no, I can't tell sometimes when they're clipping Nick if it's actually Nick saying that or if it's coming to the soundboard. It's too good. It's too clear.
Yeah. Nick has the precision quality.
Jack, I liked the idea of those longs, and I was also long. I was long 935, and then I got out not too long ago. I didn't like that it kept dropping, but you had a good idea there. Just
Yeah, no, I have my stop basically about to get smacked. This is we might get those. I was not thinking we were gonna get that 69.11 this quickly, but looks like we will. Looks like we will. Just a short moment later, we are getting absolutely liquidated hard right now.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
But we will let you guys have all the fun.
Take
All
care.
right.
Good luck
Thanks,
out there.
guys.
Streets
See
are
you
bloody.
guys. They are
Be
bloody.
safe.
They are bloody.
Shapcap said,
Man.
Salma, are you short? I was short, and I covered very, very early, apparently.
Let's
And
see.
I tried to go long. Bulls let me down. Took myself out. What's up,
I mean,
Leo?
I don't hate buying this, honestly.
I just need to see some type of confirmation. I really thought that they would hold like 935, 930 on ES, and it's just free falling.
I'm gonna jump in here. Just 3. Looks good to me.
Did you just bottom tick that?
I mean, it's the magic box. You know, we bought it yesterday. I gotta buy it today. Looks like it might
Let's
not.
see.
It might not work out though. They
Yeah, that's
definitely are. Buyers are actually getting aggressive here.
And this is where you want to see them come in.
Yeah. I swept prior month low, yesterday's low, kind of in an extreme range.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we don't do anything here soon, we're going to the yearly open on ES. And let me see, where's that on for NQ?
We're way below it, NQ.
Oh, wow. Oh, I see that. Damn. We're below everything on NQ. Sheesh.
All right, just cut that. Got out before the stop, got tagged.
Real quick though, while the market continues to sell off, I can quickly just speak about my morning shorts and just kind of let you guys know what I saw this morning. I typically don't trade. I don't like to trade the open. I like to just give the market some time to, settle. Give it until like that 10 a.m. 4-hour candle close. But today I saw something really nice. So what I did was on the 4-hour, I just went and I marked my fibs from, Monday's lows to whatever, Wednesday's highs, and then I did it opposite as well. I did high to low, low to high, just so that I can get like my support and I can get my resistance, right? So this morning, after I drew that, I realized that, we were opening up coming into the 0.786 rejection fib level. And so I said, okay, listen, we have December highs right above. Let me try and just take a stab at shorts. And this was literally like 5 minutes into the open. And I went really, I went really small, right? Because again, I don't really like to trade the open. And so I took it. And at first it was looking a little dicey. Here we opened up green, came back, tested it, and then we started to drop. And then I took profit at my 0.5 November highs, that 68, 70 level that everybody always talks about. And then I wanted to see if we will get a retest for shorts again. And we did. And I re-entered shorts again around this area here. And I covered very, very early because I thought, I had my 0.618 support level here. I expected buyers to step in at 55. Clearly they didn't. And then we just continued to slice through, and we've been slicing through these levels ever since. So yeah, now I'm very cautious on trying to long because I expected, buyers to do something at 55. They didn't. Expected them to do something at 40. They didn't. And then I expected them to do something around 30-ish, and they didn't. And I'm pretty sure that's also what Jack was seeing too, is around that 30 level. But yeah, that was my idea for shorts. And we are coming to a 0.5 fib level that I have here. I'm going to actually just extend it out a little bit so we can see that. If they don't step in here, if I turn my indicators back on, we have the yearly open and we do have the 0.5 on the year. So we'll see what happens there. I hope that helps you guys out a little bit to understand like how I use my fib levels. I know nothing. It just threw me under the bus, Leo.
What?
Someone in the chat named I Know Nothing threw me under the bus.
They did?
Yeah. I said yesterday on stream, on record, that Leo's the best. Just don't tell him.
Oh,
They just ratted me out.
wow.
Yeah, I did say that.
You know what though? I think I don't think you're right. I think that everyone on N2 Live is actually the best. We
I
have the
agree.
best live stream.
I do agree with that.
Salma the fibulous.
Yeah, fabulous.
Fabulous.
Oh my God, Jim is coming in to say she did. You did too, Jim.
We continue to make some improvements on the old Dom here, as you can see. I wish Pax was here because I could show him.
Do you want me to tell him to hop on?
No, it's fine. We preloaded opening range indicators and with the extensions. So this is a 5-minute extension based on 5-minute. We added the 30-second opening range with the opening range extensions, if you will. So that's cool. So you can do
Looking
that.
good.
All kinds of other goodies. I haven't had a real chance to play around with the update, but for those of you that did use my link for the recent contest in which I clearly won, Nick didn't have a chance. Nick cheated. But if you use my link to register and you commented that you did it, I'll be sending you this file today. So you guys can start using it. It is beta still, so there might be things that need to be adjusted. It's not perfect yet, but we'll get it there. What other adjustments were made? Let me see. There's a label column to display labels for the opening range and future ability to add other things like yesterday's high, low, overnight high, low. The ability to hide. Oh, here's another one. So if you go to the price column, you can hide the leading or trailing digits. So like if you wanted to hide, we're at 24,000. If you want to hide that, now I can just go 946. So I can reduce the width of the price column. Some people like to do this to where you don't need to show the first two numbers. You could do the same in ES. And it's adjustable by the front or the back. So you could go by 1, by 2, et cetera. So like I could just hide the first number. I could hide the second number. I could hide the first 3 numbers. It's kind of silly that way, but I could see a case for, just having the first, the last 3, hiding the first 2 digits. There's auto centering. So if you don't like the way the price scales, like the ladder scales, and you don't want to see that momentum, you can just always keep it in the center. There are assignable hotkeys to reset the bid-ask depth. The recent bid-ask or the delta. So for example, right now, if I just hit D, I can reset these values right here where these deltas are printing. That's pretty much it. I think we're going to also add the reset feature to where if you get into a position, it could reset those values as well. News, gold is falling hard. Oh, shoot. Fell out of a
Everything
cliff.
is just dumping.
Yeah. It's just risk off. Silver doing the same. ES definitely doing the same. I mean, ES is here at the spot where could have some support.
We're at the yearly open right now.
Haven't really seen it yet, are we? And ES?
Mm-hmm.
I might need to
just tapped it.
I might need to just, be willing to put a little bit of risk on here. Nah, I'll pass on it.
It's not a bad idea. I just feel like we could still hang out here a bit longer.
If you signed up with the link in the chat, but then tried to sign up with your link after, will you still get it? So you cheated and you still want early access?
I think what they're saying is, how you had a link for like the first competition, but then that kind of got canceled, and then they sent out another link to sign up for like the new competition. It's the same competition, it was just with a new link.
Oh yeah.
And it was at 11:30 instead of the open.
What am I seeing to pass on it? Nothing really. I don't really see any reason to buy it. There's just, sometimes there's a level that's big enough where you're just willing to put a little bit of risk on. And then if it starts to work, then you can obviously layer into it more. But I'm just not totally. I'm not going to buy this bloodbath right now. I want to see at least like a pretty hard bounce that I can buy on a retrace. So we rotate up and then pull back. I'll buy that pullback. I'm just going to wait for that. I'm not going to try to catch a knife here.
Well,
I
so
thought
the
about
Russell is
signing up with
approaching.
your like. Does that count?
That's funny.
Can we use order flow labs indicators on web? It's just on desktop. No buyers today. They failed at every. The buyers have failed. They have definitely failed. There's no question about that. That gold move is pretty intense. Holy Moses. What is going on?
Let's see if there's news.
You seeing this?
Trying to ignore it so I don't get tempted to even think about trading it. What is going on? The Russell right now is at the 0.618 from the most recent highs to most recent lows, or I'm sorry, lows to highs. So like this would be support area for the Russell. Pull it up on my chart. Let me get rid of indicators. And I'll redraw these for you guys so you guys can see how I do it real quick. It's very, very simple. You're on the 4-hour on the Russell, and you just have to identify your most recent swing highs and swing lows, right? So our most recent swing low was on Thursday the 5th, and I would draw it from low to high if I'm looking for support. So if I'm looking for where buyers might step in, that's how you would draw it. So low, and then the high would be January 22nd. Then you can just extend this out. Oh, I'm sorry. You can just extend it out, and then you'll see that we're at the 0.618. Obviously, you don't just get in, guys. You would wait to see some type of confirmation, because if this fails, then we have a high chance of going down to the 0.786. And then if you are bearish and you're looking for a rejection, you draw it from the high to the low. And I'm just drawing it so you guys can see where price might have rejected from this morning. There we go. This is how it would look. So it's not even from this morning. It was just like basically yesterday we just struggled here at this 27.10 on the Russell. And then it's kind of just been down ever since. But yeah, that's how I draw my fibs. I know fibs can seem complicated, and they are if you go more in depth with them, but that's just a really basic way of how to draw your fibs and get some easy support and resistance levels.
I've heard you say, kind of use the term confirmation, quite a bit. And I think that's a big part of your process. I'd be curious to, just for my own sake and probably maybe the chat, like, when you say confirmation, like, what does that mean for you? Because it could be different for a lot of people. So I'm just kind of curious, if you could walk me through that.
Yeah, so I mean that's a great question. So obviously we draw these fibs on higher time frame, right? So we know that this is gonna hold some type of precedent or like some type of importance. If intraday I'm hanging out on the 15-minute time frame, let's say, I mean you can even do 5 minutes since today has just been downtrend since the open.
Yeah.
So we could do 5 minute. I would like to see a hold above this orange line, right?
Mm-hmm.
A candle close above, and I would want to see, buyers start to come in and for us to start reversing in order for me to be convinced that this. So like my confirmation would be A, candle close. B, I want to see some type of I want to see some type of buying happen. I know there's people that would just like buy this as soon as we get here and they're playing for whatever, like a quick scalp or a couple points, and that might work fine, but just like I'm not that kind of trader. I like to, you know me, I like to get in and I like to hold, right? So
Yeah.
I'd be a little bit more aggressive with my targets. So for me to be able to just enter as soon as we get here just doesn't work with my strat. So for confirmation, I would just want to see us hold above and then for us to really start moving in the other direction. And then I would enter. I would even be convinced if, for example, we got like a candle printed as like a reversal candle, be like a long wick to the downside. That would be confirmation for me. I'm trying to see if I can find one on like the chart of what kind of wicks I like to look for, or sorry, what type of candles I like to look for. This too, right here. Just gonna put the demonstration. So like this candle right here would be a confirmation candle that I would like to see get printed at the lows and then potentially get in, right?
Yeah.
This is one of those candles that I like to look for at the bottom of a downtrend.
So I'm curious, like, so if you have a candle that closes above a level, are you just getting in as soon as that close above happens? Or are you waiting for like a retest of the level that you wanted that candle to close above?
I think it just depends. So like a day like today, right? I feel like the selling pressure is so heavy. I don't want to be the first to try and call a bottom and get in the way of these sellers. So it's like on a day like today, I would be a bit more cautious. And if I do enter where it's just like a candle close above, I would be size small. I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't be size too big. But on a day like today, I would probably be a bit more patient and wait for that retest to happen, and then I would enter.
Gotcha.
Or again, if I see something that's like clear as day, a candle printed that was telling me like this is a reversal, then I would take an attempt at it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Excellent question from the Tiger Man. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm always the one asking you guys questions because you guys use completely different strategies than I do. And so I'm always curious and always ready to learn.
See what happens here. Yesterday, last month's value area low. Really nothing yet, but yeah. Get some
This is
rain.
just nonstop.
This is just one of those. This is one of those days though where the best thing to do when this market's actively trending, if you're not already short, if you don't have a short momentum strategy, if you don't have like a trend following momentum strategy, just wait for the market to change and give you a tradable opportunity. I've been in a lot of these day types, and I know a lot of traders probably also, been in the situation where it's like, hey, I'm trying to catch the knife, and then before you know it, the knife has gone through both sides of your body. So the best thing you can do, just let the market trade and give you a trade that's better than, just catching this knife if you're not already short. That's the best thing I've ever done for myself. And that's why, I wrote that blog article about single prints, just kind of using that as my, as my measure for, is the market actively trending? Is the market not trending? No need to buy anything during a unanimous sell program. That's for sure. The market is just gonna sort out its feelings, and your one lot, two lot, whatever, is not going to make any impact whatsoever. Patience for a fade. Yeah, you can wait for a pop to fade for sure. It's very extended at this point, so even that scenario I don't really love, because you'd have to wait for like a pretty decent size pop. I mean, I think I would even want to see like up into this range for any type of short, because you could just get run over by a short squeeze at any moment. This far extended, we're seeing a little bit of buy side activity, but these squeezes can be pretty violent. These little short covering squeezes can be pretty violent intraday.
Let's get one of those. We thought it was going to be like a choppy, slow day today.
Who said that?
This morning they were talking about it in the morning panel. Just, we have CPI tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yesterday was an outside day, so like today could have been an inside day. Could have just basically stayed within that range and kept chopping around.
Yeah.
I think the possibility of that was really, really high. I mean, I still don't know what was the reason for this sell-off. I mean, the charts looked really good for it, but I didn't expect this much, right? This is nasty.
Yeah, I mean the move in gold is pretty wild.
Yeah. Mark Miller, have a great day. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy your food.
V-shaped reversal. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, we do have Euro close coming up.
I wouldn't put my money on a V-shaped reversal though.
Never say never. Real quick, someone go ahead. Go.
The problem with that thought though is like for as many times as we do get a V-shaped reversal on these big moves, there are more times that we don't. Statistically, that's just a fact. And so what happens is you try to, knife catch, you get run over. And then that one day where we do V-shape and you just get that huge trade, all the dopamine in the world, et cetera, reinforces that negative trading behavior, right? There's no reason to buy this right now. Even if it rotates up 100 points, from this point, you can be like, oh, Leo said don't buy it. I would say don't buy it 10 times out of 10. Just because if it does go up, you're just reinforcing bad habits. Been there, done that. It's like after you mature as a trader, you realize that it's just not worth it. She's mad. She's mad. She is definitely mad. Coming down to 840s, way below any of the levels that I've got here, kind of in the middle of these two areas.
Leo, I was asking Nick this morning. I was in the chat when he was on. It looked like a thin tape. I don't know if you were on, like you're at your desk in the morning and watching the DOM, but
I wasn't.
Would you consider this like a thin tape, or is it just a regular action?
I mean, it's not aggressively thin. There's 2 to 5 lots on any given side of the market right now. There's a couple of larger 18 to 20s that pop in. It's pretty normal. That's not the not crazy. When it gets really thin, we'll see like 1, 2, 3 lots. Like that's all that people are willing to put on. But there does seem to be a decent amount of activity from both sides. And the relative volume is oddly a little low. So that's maybe my metric is off there. I need to check in with the boss. But yeah, I mean the market depth is not super low liquid like you see sometimes.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I was just like looking at ES earlier. It was looking like, I mean, now it looks a little bit more, but maybe an hour ago or so, it seemed a little bit less. But I don't know. You guys know better than me. That's why I ask. Let's wait and see what Euro close brings. Maybe they're the ones that have been selling us off. I haven't really, apple butter, I haven't really seen any news. I mean, we had data this morning at 8:30 and then at 10. But I don't think it was anything to, drop us this bad.
Sometimes it's as simple as monkey see, monkey do, and people decide it's time to get risk off a little bit.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Bam Bondi called the top. Could have been a signal.
I do have a level here that we're approaching on ES at around 67, 63-ish. It's like a little zone, we can call it. See if they do anything there. That's that. Hold on. Why can't I click on it? What?
Kane just sent me a chart that said it was a short that he took, and it was like where he got short and then where he closed it, and then how the market liquidated another 1,000 points after that.
Tell Kane I'm in the same boat as him. Now we got to just sit here and watch this happen without us. But we are approaching January 2nd slow pretty soon here on ES. It's crazy. We haven't even really retested the 9 EMA on the 5-minute. It's just been, let's see what it looks like on the 3-minute. It's not even populating. Hello. Okay, my chart doesn't want to cooperate. Yeah, we haven't even been testing it on the 3-minute either. Wow. So Leah, I picked up the book again.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, making some
Where you at?
headway. So
Nice.
don't ask me where I'm at. Just know it's.
You picked it up, like you physically just picked up the book. Is that up?
No. I actually read some. I promise. I did. I read 20 pages yesterday.
Nice.
Just won't tell you where I am.
You'll get more into it, and then you won't be able to put it down.
No, I feel that too, though. I could feel that it's one of those books. And it's very easy to read. It's not. She moved it onto the coffee table. No, it's right here. It's right next to me, I promise.
She dusted it off. It's funny.
Chad's got jokes.
They always do. Best chat in the US. I mean, on YouTube. Worldwide.
Yeah, I was about to say, in the US, we're global. How many people here are from outside the US? Let's see who's tuning in and from where. Around the world. Wow, they do have a soundbite for everything.
They're gonna clip that, Salma.
Damn.
You got Salma singing.
They got me. It's a good song. Wow, look at the chat go. Yeah, we are worldwide.
Spain, Germany, Africa, EU, Philippines, Peru, Austria, Lithuania, Germany, Italian, living in France, Denmark, Ghana.
Dude, this is so cool.
What?
Holy shit.
Is there anybody from the US here? Netherlands, Delaware, okay, California, Belgium, Malaysia, Mexico, North Korea, India, Estonia, Canada. Damn.
Wow.
Brooklyn, Thailand. Damn.
I feel like some people are definitely just saying any country.
Are you just saying countries?
Guys,
Chat?
don't lie to us, please. We're back at it again with Salma. Yes, we are. What's up, apple bottom jeans? Holy crap. We're global. I gotta go tell my mom I made it. This is so fucking
I made
cool.
it, Mom.
Oh god. Wow.
Ugh.
Someone said from Leo's basement.
That's weird. I don't have a basement. Explain that one. No basement here.
You guys thought you got him.
Yep. I only have an upstairs.
Hey, sound control, can we listen to that song again?
She really wants it.
I mean, how do you listen to that and then not get hyped?
I'm hyped.
Me too. I have a smile, like I feel it. It's ear to ear right now. Tunisia in the building. I was in Tunisia.
Even the vibes in the market changed. They were getting
Good.
hyped.
Yeah, we got Euro close. We're starting to see some buyers here. It could have been the one selling us off, so we'll need to wait and see. But the last trip I've been on was to Tunisia. So very cool. Keep playing the song. We can't play it more than like 2 seconds. Crayon lines, they could have been the ones selling us off. I'm not saying that they are. But possible. Or this could be, you know, we're pushing for a retest for more shorts. We shall see. Yeah, smash those international likes, guys. Come on. Someone said, ooh, some green. Don't get too excited. Don't let market hear you say that. Oh, there was a little bit of news. I don't know if this is what's moving us, but I just dropped it in the chat for anyone interested. There's expectation for the Senate to vote on a House bill to end the Canada tariffs. We're back with the T word. No, that's not news. I don't know. I'm just sharing, guys.
Sharing is caring.
It's what I was taught a long, long time ago. I mean, I personally don't think that was news that, you know, could have given us this bounce. I definitely think it's because Euro closed. Those participants are no longer in the market. But it's not really a coincidence when you have news come out at like key levels, and I've always said that before. It's never a coincidence. They do be knowing. Now, the question is, do we re-enter shorts or is it done?
I think I would prefer to look for a long after we clear these highs. I don't know, maybe even off of this rotation, I guess I could make an argument for buying a bit of a pullback, but it would need to be right around this little volume build right here. So like in the 40s. I guess I would want to see it in that range before, you know, jumping in. For me to get short here just is not my strategy. I would want to see it much higher. So like if we retested last month's low, or in this magic box. So I know I refer to the box as being magic, but it truly is. It truly is kind of an area where once we get outside of it, once we get acceptance, and like we do have that, obviously we have tons of volume, tons of price below it. Now this magic area, the 16 to 981, 980, this zone would be an area of resistance now. Now that we're well below it, and it already kind of acted as that just right at the start of the hour, but I was long, I think right here, and just kind of not on my game. This retest is a great short. I missed it. So there could be another opportunity for, another short trade here. So that would be an area that I would be watching for a short. It also corresponds with last month's low. So kind of retesting last month's low after being broken. There's kind of a lot of stuff in this range that would give me a reason to start looking at shorts, but I prefer, we're seeing a bit of change here. It's too early to say if this low is a good low. I mean, we are getting a nice, wick here on this 1 hour chart. So, you could start to kind of change your we said, hey, let's wait for something to change, it's actively trending. We're starting to see, signs of something changing, right? So now it's just a matter of how do I position, get access to a potential trade that would go in the direction of the change in the direction. So I guess that's a long way for me to say I'm kind of rather be looking for a long trade at this point. No one expected this move today. I promise you, Paul, at the end of the day, there will be hundreds and hundreds of people on Twitter saying that they expected this exact move and they made billions of dollars trading it.
They're also going to say to you, how did you not catch that? It was such an easy day.
It was so
give
obvious.
Me a break.
It was so obvious. I mean, how could you miss it?
Give me a break. I can just see those tweets coming.
The whole DOM will be free. So a couple of weeks and we'll put it out there. You'll be able to get it. We'll make it known that it's available, so you won't be searching for it.
Leo, I know you said you're not looking for shorts. I might just take a stab.
Yeah.
I think we could see a little bit lower. I would like to see like 63 on ES. We got the low was 73. I do think we might be able to go a little bit lower.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little tough on like where I would set my stop loss, really. Just want to see. All right, let's see. Might be a little bit. I'm being a little bit picky here. My limits. But my reasoning for shorts would just, be that it's almost, I know the risk to reward seems like it's minimal here. But I was always taught, like, don't be the first to buy a drop like this. And the odds of us continuing to drop are much higher than for it to V-shape reversal. Despite us V-shaping a lot lately. We have V-shaped quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I could be prematurely buying, entering shorts. We could still push a little bit higher and then shorts can work out.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to try it. We'll see. We're coming back up to the yearly open on ES. Big level.
Kind of something that would kind of align with what you're saying here is that if you look at the volume profile, there's a pretty large volume node right here, up in these 520s to, these 250s up here down to 200. So there's big leap of volume. And we have kind of very, very low volume, and we're starting to build volume here. So we could end up the day with just a double distribution. I mean, the short's working out. So good job.
I mean, I didn't get to enter. I was being a little bit really picky with my
You know what they
limit.
say? Don't be a
I
dick or a
know, and I
tick.
try not to, but it's all right.
Yeah,
I mean, if this,
it's hard. It's difficult because you don't want to,
yeah,
you don't want to you don't want to sell the V-shaped rally right into your face. So
yeah.
this is difficult, but like I was saying, there's we're starting to get we have this volume here, we have volume down here. We could have just a double distribution, and so if we get that, we'd expect to kind of trade down in this range for the majority of the day.
Yeah, I think if this works out, like it would just still be nice, even if I'm not in it. It would just be nice to see that happening, right? I still do think, if they want to drop it, 63 is on the table. If this happens without me, I'll still be ecstatic to see it. I am being really picky with my limits though.
Yeah.
Just don't want to get caught and push higher, get stopped out, and then, eventually they dump it or something. But wait. Thanks, Salma. I joined with a 1. You got out $450 from that short. Good. I'm happy for you. Yeah, it could definitely work. Yeah, apple butter. Usually I'm a little bit looser with I know there's a lot of people who are conservative with risk management, and I would describe myself as a little bit looser. Like, I'm okay with having wider stops and stuff like that. But on a day like today where that selling pressure or just pressure in general is just really heavy, I don't want to get caught in either direction, right? Like, I don't want to stand in the way if buyers decided they want to buy this up. Like, I don't want to stand in the way of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm good. JC, I'm not sure I understand your question. If you can reword that. Wow. Yeah, this is good. All right, I canceled my limit. It does look like they want to dump it. I do think that, January 2nd lows is still on the table, and then potentially that 0.618 fib that I have there. Yeah, 68.60. Yeah, that's a good target on ES. So Iman, I've been a little bit, I'm trying to be more conservative. And so I'm trying to be a little bit more conservative with my take profits as well, because I could be, again, being a dig for a tick. I could be just trying to squeeze out extra dollars from the market. And that has backfired against me. So lately I've been just trying to get into the habit of, for example, if I have my target to be 63, then I would be okay with having TP at 65, because I've seen many times where the market will come really close to my targets and then it would just completely reverse, 1 or 2 points away from it and go the opposite way. So, yeah, I've just been trying to be really conservative with that. Sometimes it's not even worth it. Like, okay, what am I going to make? An extra $50? I'm okay with leaving that on the table if, it means that I still get my TP hit. It's still a winning trade. Luke, good job, Luke. I'm glad some of you guys are catching these shorts just because, I necessarily didn't get into it. I'm glad you guys are able to capitalize on that. Exploring CME says, can you please show how you draw the 30-second OR? Okay, your comment just disappeared, but I did read it. You would literally just go to the first 30-second candle on the day. I'll show you, just for the sake of demonstration. Do regular trading hours. So you're gonna want to go on the 30-second time frame. Oh, brother, hold on. I gotta do a lot of scrolling here. Okay, you're gonna go on the 30-second time frame, and let me change this so you guys can see it. This is the first 30-second candle that got printed on the day. Okay, so you would literally just mark the high and the low. And I like to have the magnet tool on just so I'm very precise. I'm not missing. It's not going to be off by a couple ticks. And then I do have it as a template, so it's easier. I don't have to keep writing the text every single time. And then that way I know, once I go on the 5-minute time frame or whatever, I always know that this level here, 6987.25 is the 30-second OR high on the day, and then 6979.75 is the OR low. So it's as simple as that. It's just literally taking that first 30-second candle and drawing your marking your highs and lows. And you could do that on the 5-minute like Leo does. You could do it on the 15, 30, whatever you feel comfortable with. I know Pax is constantly talking about the 30-second, and it's great. You guys got to just see what works for you and aligns well with your strategy. Or you can literally, New Beginning says that, Pax has an indicator on Ninja. So if you do use Ninja, you can just add his indicator and then you won't have to mark them. It will just auto print for you. But for me, since I'm on TradingView, I have to do it myself. It just takes 10 seconds to do. And now you guys know how to do it on your own if, for whatever reason you don't feel like having an indicator on. Simple, is really easy.
Do you have opening range levels pre-built in of Order Flow Labs indicator? Yeah, it's part of our daily MGI. You can select the opening range time frame, and then you can select the extensions that you want.
Still think we see lower. I do know a couple headlines are coming out about Iran, so just be on the lookout for that.
What's up, Jim?
Hey,
Dude,
Leo. Hey,
it's that
Salma.
time again.
What's
What's
that?
up? It's
What
that
time?
time again when
What's
you
the
join
time?
us.
Time
When you joined
flies.
us. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic job as usual, you too.
Thanks, Jim Bob.
Thank you, Jim.
Selma, I just noticed on the top of your X feed your picture that you have posted at the very top.
Ooh, I
And
just changed that last night. It was like
dude,
2 a.m,
it's
and
the,
I'm
it's
like,
it's the best. It's the best.
Oh wait, let me go look.
thanks. He's talking about my header on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like 2 a.m. last night, couldn't sleep, and I'm like, you know what? Let me go change it.
It's so true. And I'm going to read it. Being broke is hard. Becoming rich is hard. choose your hard.
I like that.
And this isn't just about money, guys. You can apply that to anything in life.
Yeah.
Being in shape, not loving your body, whatever the case may be, everything is hard. Just choose what hard you want to live with.
There you go. You're absolutely right. That's beautiful. Awesome, as usual.
Cooper. Oh, God.
So here we go. Risk off day today. It looks like across the board. I mean, everything is down except for the flight to quality instruments, which are known as the Treasuries, and the Swiss franc. Whenever I see that, the Swiss franc is a little green. Everything's red except Treasuries. It just tells me it's a risk off day, and I don't know if we're going to get any recovery or not. We'll see what happens.
Jim, I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
Is it Gex or is it Jex?
I've heard it both ways. I don't, I have an opinion on Dome versus Doom, or Dom, or however the
Dom.
say it.
Dom.
Leo's catching. He's getting offended.
Don't be sending strays my way, Jim.
No. Dom's my cousin, Dominic. Hey, Dom, go get some Brajol. That's Dom. Dome.
I can't hear it. No. No.
I'm trying to help. Salma, I'm just trying to help the guy out. That's all.
Listen. We'll let the chat decide if it's Gex or Jex, but I think if you're going to say Gamma, then it's only right that you say Gex. But if it was JAMA, then it would be Jex. I don't know, though.
I've heard it both ways. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on it like I do for Dome, but I'll say it any way you want me to say it, Salma.
All right, cool. Yeah, Gex.
Gex. All right, we'll talk about Gex levels.
Yeah, it's like GIF and GIF, or I'm sorry, GIF and GIF. I say GIF with a J.
Yeah. In any event, you guys, great job today. Let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done this morning. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate everyone hitting the subscription button and the thumbs up button. Subscriptions are super important to me and for the network. Thank you for doing that. Everybody who has, it's free. It doesn't cost any money if you haven't. We would greatly appreciate that. This afternoon, you're coming back this afternoon, right, Salma?
Hell yeah.
All right, that's cool. And you're going to be with XYZ and Joey, if my memory is correct?
Yep. You are right.
Awesome. Very cool. It's Thursday.
Yeah.
Just wanted to point out, Cooper said reading is hard.
I know.
Finishing books is hard. Choose your hard.
I know.
Choose your hard. There you go. Anthony's saying it's not Jax with the J.
And he put 3 exclamation
It's definitely
points.
Gex. I mean, who in their right mind would call it Jex?
I'm going to call it gamma levels from now on. I don't want to get in trouble from anybody.
We just gave Jim a complex.
It did.
Poor Jim.
Oh, man. Anyway, Leo, I'm not going to see you again probably this week. Or am I seeing you Friday? No.
No, I'll be on next week, though.
All right. That sounds good. So I will talk to Salma later on today. And Leo, you have a great weekend. Thank you guys for being here with us. We are going to hop into a Gex report right now.
That's why I asked. Oh, God. All right, go. Thanks, chat.
All right.
See you guys. See you,
later. All right, so Anthony got me thinking this morning when he asked me about correlations between bonds and notes, and it's a tricky thing, right? It's a tricky thing. The conventional wisdom is they're negatively correlated, right? One goes up, one goes down, and we're certainly seeing that today. It's a risk-off day today. We have the only thing that's up really are interest rates and treasuries and the Swiss franc. Everything else is red. Risk off day today. I don't know if we're going to recover or not. But what I did was, while I was thinking after this morning's stream, and I was like, well, let's see what we could do. Let's look at the correlations between the E-mini S&P. So very top panel is the daily E-mini S&P line on close. The bottom is the Treasury bond line on close. And then I added a couple of things here in the bottom. The main part of the screen is a correlation between the two. And that's that gold line that's kind of, oscillating up and down. That's the correlation. 0 means it's uncorrelated. 1.0 would mean it's 100% perfectly correlated, and minus 1.0 would be inversely correlated, right? So this kind of changes over time with respect to the relationship between bonds and equities. And, you could literally plot this correlation between any two instruments, really, on the NinjaTrader desktop platform. And I did this. The chart we're seeing right now is a 34 period chart, right? So I'm looking at 34 pieces of daily data and saying, okay, here's what the correlation is over time. And you can see right now we're above zero, right? We are at 23.9% positively correlated based on those 34 days, right? Now, and I have a moving average I threw in there as well. That's that green line. So someone might say, well, wait a second, Jim, we're completely negatively correlated today, and we are, but this takes time to change, right? The relationships are dynamic. They oscillate up and down. And so right now, today's a great example of how, we were kind of trending up for a while. Let me get my crosshairs up here. Sorry about that, fellas and ladies. And now it's just kind of falling out, right? We're becoming less positively correlated right now today. And this is actually a good signal, right? We cross underneath the moving average. It's a really good signal. And so, we could be positive or we could be way negatively correlated, but what matters to me most is the slope and the speed at which it changes and when it changes direction completely like it just did today. Bonds are up. We're at 116.25. I mean, we're at the highs of the day, and the equities are down. So that's one thing to think about. The other thing also is you could change your correlation time frame looking back, right? So I'm going to just click on a tab at the bottom here, and this is a 21 period correlation look at, and it's going to look a little different depending on your time frame, but it gives you the bias and it gives you this idea of, hey, these things are going up or going down together. Now, what does that mean really? And I had to actually write this out here. I put it in a tweet. You could kind of follow it a little bit better, but hopefully you can see my little notepad here. Rising positive correlation. Stocks and bonds are moving in the same direction, often driven by growth or liquidity themes, can signal micro alignment. As an example, both railing on dovish expectations. The other thing that could happen is falling correlation towards zero, which is happening right now, or even negative. Relationships are breaking down, suggest shifting macro drivers, inflation versus growth, inflation versus jobs. This debate's going on. And then risk on, risk off dynamics may be reasserting themselves. And then rising negative correlation, in other words, getting more negative. Classic risk-off behavior. We're seeing that today. Stocks down, bonds up. Bonds resume their traditional hedge role. Watching the slope of correlation helps identifying regime shifts before they become obvious in price. And that's why I kind of track this correlation using a bigger macro number. I use fib numbers. I think I might even have an 8 here. This little tab right here might be an 8. This is an 8 right here. And you can see it oscillates way more. It's way more dynamic. But you could have all three of those different time frames up, and you could decide, is this a risk on? Is this risk off? What's the trend with relationship to these two instruments? So that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Again, appreciate the subscriptions. I appreciate the thumbs up. Hopefully, we will see you this afternoon, 2 o'clock start with, I believe Craig's sitting in for Shy today. I'm not sure. And then I'm back with another Edge Report. And then we're going to have, of course, Salma, Joey, and XYZ are going to be trading the close. It's going to be an interesting afternoon. We'll see if we get that V-shaped recovery or not. Having said all that, folks, thank you for being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. We will see you after lunch.